breaking an illusory wall in the lower part of the cave with the flies. Once you navigate the routes down, you get led to an invasion by livid pyromancer Dunnel, provided you've used an ember, and apparently every painted world has its pyromancer, because the corpse you get the parting flame from is also the same one that gives you Jeremiah's robes in Dark Souls 1. It reads, "When Dunnel lost his hideous spouse, he gave his own pyromancy flame as an offering, which transformed into a parting flame. Not long after, Dunnel became a mad spirit, banned to wander the land." Once you're done fighting Pyromancer Dunnel, just plunge down from the plank and hurry home. Don't worry, it's totally safe. The Parting Flame has a really interesting weapon art. You release your store of Death Echoes to gain a modest dose of Estus. Or not. So to get this to trigger, you need to keep it in an active equip slot, then build enough Death Echoes for you to cast it. So this translates to killing about 12 enemies for one charge of Estus at a time. Let's talk dialogue. This stuff is really interesting, because the DLC adds a new way to trigger dialogue. You just have to return to a place or character for the second time after reloading the level. This is one example, the worst example. It's a seemingly pointless event where you get to hear from the Corvian down in his cave.
My own home now.
Far more interesting is this piece of dialogue that triggers the second time you approach the white-haired woman after you've let her out of the archive attic.
Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint the world. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten, Mother.
So, I'd say she fits the first line, right? She's someone who isn't kin to fire and cannot yet paint a world. Ariandel, who's the restorer of the painted world, he fits the second line, as he's absorbed by fire and perhaps shouldn't have painted the world. And as for the third line, it's trying to get us to ask the question, who is the white-haired girl's mother? Is it the woman depicted in the statue holding the small girl, perhaps? Or is it Priscilla? We'll talk about that a bit later. Maybe the mother is related to the girl's Uncle Gale as well. This man who prays to the
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn.
But time will tell more about this character, hopefully, especially considering how much of a tease her final piece of dialogue is. This triggers the second time you talk to her after killing the boss.
My thanks, Ashna. I can almost see the flame. Soon, Uncle Gale will bring you the pigment. I wonder if he's found it. The dark soul of man.
It's almost like Gale is still out there, and when he's looking for the dark soul of man, the girl wishes to paint it on her canvas. So we'll have to go more into what this means in the lore video. But before we go, I just want to say, do you think pigment is a play on words for pygmy? The furtive pygmy was the one who found the dark soul, which split into humanity, after all. Maybe I'm looking too far, though. Number 8. The crow-like Corvian also has final dialogue after you set fire to the painting.
Oh, my, thank you. I can hear the crackling from here. The sound of my home.
The wait
The
has
painting
been long,
of Ariandel.
unkindled one.
But
I am Emma, High Priestess of Lothric Castle. Allow me to speak frankly. You will not find the Lords of Cinder here. They have left, gone, to their churning homes converging at the base of this castle. Head to the bottom of the high wall, forge on through the great gate, and raise this banner to proceed.
When the world rots, we set it afire for the sake of the next world. It's the one thing we do right, unlike those fools on the outside.
So this tells us of the cyclical nature of the painting, this world that mirrors the outside in a way. You also get a slab for your efforts here. So, because the game was updated, my camera mods don't really work well right now, so it's hard to get close up to some of these models, but it's worth talking about what some things look like close up. They give us clues that we couldn't glean from just dialogue and descriptions. So this white-haired girl is the best example. I might start calling her Aria, not the white-haired girl. And I call her Aria because the painters so far have been Ariamis and Ariandel, so presumably her name would take after theirs as well. White-haired girl is just getting so annoying to say. So Aria, she has scales visible on her ankles and her neck, and also her eyes are dark red and slitted like a reptile's. Priscilla of Ariamis shares these same sort of scales and the same sort of eyes, though hers are green. So, considering this dialogue,
I haven't forgotten, Mother.
it might be that Aria's mother is Priscilla, given the similar scales and the eyes and the hair. So, Priscilla's definitely a promising candidate, but we'll talk more about this in her lore video. So, next, let's talk about the environment in a bit of detail, just like we did the models. So, in particular, I want to talk about three things. There's the snake statue at the end of the boss chamber. There's the glass murals on the sides of Ariandel's chamber before he destroys them. And there's the intertwined serpents upon the door of the church. But first, let's talk about the snake statue, because you come face to face with this thing immediately after the boss fight, and it's so deliberately placed and designed that they want you to ask questions about this thing. Your attention is inevitably drawn towards it. So, it's a statue, because the face is textured like wood, and the scales on the tail are torn and maybe rotting away, revealing that it's actually cloth, because you can see the thread between them. And since this cloth, these scales are rotting away, you can actually see inside the tail, which reveals that it's actually metal or wood segments, cylindrical segments, held together by wiring of some sort. And I call it a tail, but really it's more like her lower half. Hell, it's more like her entire body. Her torso is scaled like the tail is, and it's not really like a hood, because if the headpiece hadn't worn away at the front, we'd be calling this thing a snake, straight up. We wouldn't be calling it a human. It would be entirely covered. The shawl around this thing's shoulders is like fur, and it reminds me of Priscilla's fur. So, what is this thing, and what does it represent? I don't know. I don't think anyone can really claim to know for sure, but I think it could be a representation of Priscilla, but that's a stretch, and I think it also could be someone else entirely. And I got a lot of tweets about this statue, but I didn't get a single one about the glass murals on the panels during Phase 1 of the boss fight. Look at this, it's creepy. Two dark, womanly figures lean over a valley between two darkly wooded cliffs. One of these women is resting upon a sword or a staff, and the other one is reaching down to grasp a broken white cord. At the bottom, below, are the barely visible figures of people reaching up towards them, like a lot of hollows do in the game when they pray. Why is no one talking about this? If I had to guess, I would say that maybe they're the two other sisters of the Sable Church of Londor, Elfrida being the third. The broken link could represent how the sisters are seeking to usurp the linking of the fire, and the figures at the bottom could be hollows worshipping them. That's the best theory I got, but what are your thoughts? Lastly, engraved upon the door of the church are two snakes entwined. It reminds me of Karth and Frank. Karth and Frank represent two sides of a snake, one light, one dark, but both irreversibly intertwined and doomed to repeat. So, I'd say that's what it's meant to represent, but I don't know why it's here in the painted world, but that's enough lore talk. let's talk about something very insignificant, which is the crabs. I killed them so you don't have to. 1 drops a crystal gem. Wow. Number 12. The wolf you fight on the way through the snowfields. So, in case you ran past him and didn't kill him, the wolf gives Titanite if you defeat him in the snowfield in both spots. Number 13. Very interesting. If you chose the Lord of Hollows path and ending in the base game, then Frida and Wilhelm, formerly of the Sable Church, which is related to that ending, have heard of you, and when you talk to them, they beseech you to return to your subjects, to the Hollows, instead of remaining in their painted world.
Thou art the Lord of Londor, and have thine own subjects to guide.
Yulia has something new to say as well.
Thy scent seemeth most familiar. A sweet fragrance long faded from our own bosoms. My lord, how this came to pass I know not, but take heed. Kindness can wear upon one's principles.
And she has more dialogue when you kill Elfrida.
'Twas the soul of my sister, Elfrida. A poor wench turned to ash, who would abandon Mordor. If thou wouldst, let it nourish thy lordship, and in return do her once more kindness. Remember those who stayed by her to the end, in the shadows cast by fire. And lastly, my lord, take up thy rightful mantle of usurper.
So for number 14, a couple of people on Reddit have pointed out a nice detail about the name Elfrida and the change of the name to Frida. So, as we know, Elfrida was a member of the Sable Church, and both Yuria and Wilhelm refer to her by that name. But she renounced her past life, and she found a new purpose in painting. And here, in item descriptions and dialogue, she's known as Sister Frida, without the L at the start. And both of these names have meanings that line up with who she was at each time in her life. So Elfrida, according to Wikipedia, means elf strength. And when she had that name, it's at a point where strength was a much bigger part in her life.
To be in your presence is a great honor. I am Yol of Londor, a pilgrim, as you can see, only somehow I failed to die as was ordained. Well, perhaps my calling lies elsewhere. Say, champion of Ash, how does the idea of taking me into your service strike you? I was once a sorcerer. Surely I can be of use. Oh, I am honored, truly. Yo.
y'all doing in here? What y'all doing? Hello? What did this? Oh my god, hello? What in the fuck you did that for? We ain't gonna be fun like that. Soul of a dumbass. Nope. Fell down the hole. What the heck?
Welcome home, speak then. Very well, then Tuthake nourish. Farewell, Ashen.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he? Pradeep.
Church when known as very able swordmasters, and they were known to be strong enough to found the church just between the three of them. So Elfrida means strength, and Frida, however, is derived from a Germanic element Frid, which means peace. And in the painted world, described as a peaceful land, it makes sense that she would change her name to Frida, for she found a people to care for and even attempts to calmly reason with you to leave the painting. She doesn't want to fight, but she knows she'll have to keep the peace. So From's naming was really on point with this character. And finally, for number 15, don't kill any NPC in the painted world. It's really not worth it this time around. You don't get any exciting weapons or anything like that. Wilhelm and Frida disappear. The crow-like Corvian drops nothing. Arya cannot die, for she says she has a world to paint. And Gale, killing Gale, I think, locked my soul level 135 character out of the painted world forever, because I can't get him to appear. I guess I'll have to take this character to New Game Plus now, which kind of sucks. So, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoy the Ariandel content to come, and let me know if there's something I missed down in the comments, and go down in the comments and see if there's anything cool down there that people have posted about. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Fret not, for before I would the listen. Before I was a lord of Sith, the process of extract a forbidden tism most transposing kills were lost with Corland. If thou happenst upon a transposing treat.
Dark Souls 3's been out a while, and you might think that you know everything about it, but don't underestimate the depth of what this community can discover. That sound you heard at the start, that was a voice clip from the dance's opening cutscene, but reversed. And only less than a week ago, Reddit user Center noticed that reversing the dance's sound clips reveal their haunting original sound. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't use these sounds instead. Next, there are two versions of the Handmaiden in the two variations of Firelink Shrine, one in our Lightened Shrine and another in the Dark Shrine, which is connected to the rest of the overworld. And the question is, are they the same person? And if they are, is one in the past and another in the present? Well, if you talk to the Untended Graves Handmaiden before you talk to our one, then our Handmaiden recognizes us and gives a tiny bit of unique dialogue at the start.
Oh, thou'rt. Oh, no, it isn't anything, Ashen One. I am but a humble handmaid of the shrine.
So, this makes it clear that they're the same person, right? And it also lends credit to the theory that the Darkened Shrine appears in the past, because she recognizes us.
Remember well, I am undead, bound forever by the shrine's curse.
The shrines are intriguing, and there is a lot more to say, so I'll try to make a video on this area soon. The earliest mention I found of this is on Integer's YouTube channel, so credit to him for recording it for sure. One thing sold by the Handmaiden is the Budding Green Blossom, which becomes available for 10 souls when you get to the part of Cyrus's questline where she goes to kill Hodrick. The interesting thing isn't that it's 10 souls, it's that it has an extra sentence in its description that all the others don't have. It reads, "Goodbye, dear grandmother. I will visit grandfather and repeat the follows." And if you look closely, you'll see that these flowers are tied with some string, like a bouquet. This might be common knowledge at this point, but I came across this discovery when Jackmon777 tweeted the hidden sentence at me, and I couldn't find it in any description I looked at, until I looked on the Fextralife wiki, and it had all the information there. So, does this make the Handmaiden the grandmother in the description? Or was this bouquet something that the Handmaiden stripped from a grave outside the shrine? She does have a habit of accumulating armor sets from corpses, after all. For number 4, I love the discussion that came from the threads made by Ethermoth and Doffymum, who put forward that each of the unkindled NPCs in Dark Souls 3 have a link to a Lord of Cinder, Anri to Aldrich, Sigurd to Yorm, and Hawkwood to his Legion. We've talked before about how it's an unkindled's duty to place the cinders of lords upon their thrones, and each unkindled is somehow invested in the death of their corresponding lord. The fourth lord, of course, are the twin princes, and it's not too far-fetched to think that we are their corresponding unkindled, risen along with the others as those with the highest chance to uphold their duty and bring the lords we're associated with to their thrones. You should really check out the discussion going on in the link in the description, because there is a lot more to be said on this topic. I think it's an awesome discovery. Also, in Firelink Shrine, have you ever had the Firekeeper turn away from you? This happens if you wear the Untrue Dark Ring or the Untrue White Ring, which are rings that reference the deeply detested hollows of Londor. So, is she turning away from you in disgust? This was first posted about by Saviour G, and then again by Skiratai6 with more proof. I tested it too, and I could never get the Firekeeper to turn away without the ring on and without being hollowed. So it's undeniable, I think, that this turn has something to do with the rings, and perhaps with the hollows of Londor as well. So let me know if she exhibits this exact same behavior for you guys as well. It'd be good to get some more tests out there, I think, because some people have been reporting that she turns away without the rings on for them, but I could never get her to do it without the rings. 6 is probably the biggest long shot on the list, but I still think it has merit to it. 3 months ago, Chronos Trinity pointed out that the Shrine Handmaid has unique dialogue for the Dream Chaser's ashes, which are the ashes that you found atop Farron Keep, behind the illusory wall, and he or she also points out that the hand in these ashes clutches a pendant.
Ashen one, what woeful umbral ash is this? This barren dust, stuff of a fool, won't yield aught. Clinging to lofty dreams in this dying world, more's the pity. It must come from one most foolish indeed.
In Dark Souls 1, finding meaning for this pendant starting item became this long-running challenge and then joke of the series, because the series creator Miyazaki mentioned that he liked to select the pendant himself personally, and later he admitted that the pendant was a bit of a prank intended to keep players guessing at its purpose, for in this game full of secrets, how could such a thing be meaningless, right? So, is the handmaiden poking fun at whoever's clutching the pendant? Are the creators making fun of us for clinging to these lofty dreams? Number 7 is a relatively recent discovery for how amazing it is. So around 3 weeks ago, user Scarecrow13 over on the Fextralife forum posted this exhaustive breakdown of how he deciphered the runes upon the Titanite slab in Dark Souls 3. And his interpretation is that every symbol line describes a different historical age in the series. He roughly translates line 1 to the meek sought God / the divine in the trees. Yggdrasil, the tree of life, bestowed the gifts of plenty, joy, and health. Line 2. They remained, and hardship set in. They found a spark, which turned into a sun, driving away the cold and the ice. Terrible trouble came. The sun ended this conflict. Line 3. This age continued and began an era of wealth and plenty. Man will ascend. Cold and ice will return. Scarecrow stresses that there is a great deal of personal bias involved in anyone's interpretation of these runes and these symbols, including his own bias, so I really encourage you to read his article on the topic, because your interpretation serves a really big part in this as well. It's crazy that this could go undiscovered for so long. Moving on. Did you ever do a visceral attack on one of the Pontiff's beasts, but not finish it off when it was vulnerable? The first post I can find on this is by GNLink34, whose post got a ton of attention about 3 months ago. To me, more than anything, this helps cement Pontiff Sullivan's character, because he was the one responsible for these beings becoming this way. He was a tyrant, a man with twisted morals who transformed his own men into these beasts, and yet it's clear that some of these beasts' humanity, it still remains, and they are either begging for mercy here, or they're praying in desperation. The next thing is that Anri has a unique piece of dialogue and interaction if you execute Horus while they're along the path of sacrifices.
Oh, Horace, boy. Don't leave me. Not you. Not like the others. Oh, Horace.
that's going to be in the prepared script.
Anyone, forgive me. I'm weak on my own.
And finally, something I wish I knew in my last video. The comment section caught me up on this.
Why are you fucking me up, man?
There's this statue in Lower Lothric, and user Hutoto points out the links between it and Pontiff Salavan. First, this statue holds the profaned greatsword, which is a weapon wielded by Salavan, and this weapon also references him when he was still a young sorcerer. Second, the bracelet that the statue has is the same as the bracelet on Salavan's right arm. And you might think, you know, okay, a few reused assets, big deal, From does this all the time. But this statue linking Lothric and young Salavan, it's a huge deal. If you watched the Angels video, then you'll know that I talked a lot about how the Lothric bloodline and the sorcerers of the Grand Archives rose together. They were very close, and I also said that the first of the scholars played a part in convincing the young Lord Lothric against the linking of the flame. And the Pontiff is this character that really does go against the linking of the flame as well. So he's a huge candidate for being the first of the scholars, this character who convinced Lothric not to link the fire. And additionally, the Pontiff's gear looks a lot like the Candlestick scholars of the Grand Archives, so it seems pretty clear to me that Salavan might be responsible for convincing Lothric not to link the fire, and that he might be very much responsible for the defection of the Deacons of the Deep away from the Way of White, for the fall of Lothric's bloodline, and basically for most of the events in the game. Before you go, I've got one thing to ask of you guys, and it's not to like this video, it's instead to go and send some love and some friendly mail to the people I featured in this video, to read their contributions, and to continue supporting the incredible discoveries of everybody in this community, because I'm just happy I can be a platform to display and discuss some of this stuff. Also, why the fuck is there a crab in the ball?
Well, what's up? This pit is for hollows, not for the likes of you sane folk. Or perhaps you are a hollow, posing as otherwise?
Hey!
So Dark Souls 3 has added a bunch of new refinements that are really good for the game, but of course, they're also really hidden, and you shouldn't have to puzzle them out yourself like I did. Let me tell you about them. Number 1 is that you can hold down on the D-pad and you'll be brought to the first item in your quick select bar. For most people, this will be their healing Estus flask, and I recommend you keep it that way because, man, once you discover this mechanic, you'll no longer be like, where the fuck is my Estus, and die while you're toggling for it. It's great. There's no longer a drawback to having 10 items in your quick select bar. For number 2, everyone knows that Fashion Souls is far more important than the worthless stats on your armor. For example, these gloves have far better defense, poise, and resistances, but they show my skinny hollow elbows, and that just won't do. So now, the game helps you curate the perfect fashion, all with the press of the right analog stick at the equipment screen. That's better. And at some point in your journey, you're gonna take off that helmet and be like, holy shit, I look like beef jerky. Well, don't worry. In Dark Souls 3, it's almost a good thing to go hollow, so let me explain. When you rescued a character called Yol on the Undead Settlement Bridge, you can bring him back to your shrine, and when you talk to him there, you have the option to draw out your true strength. Selecting this option lets you level up once for free, but there is a hidden catch. When you level up for free at Yol, you receive a dark sigil in the key slot of your inventory, and every time you die with a dark sigil in your inventory, you receive a point of hollowing in your stat screen, visible here. The more hollowing you get, the more you look like beef jerky, the darker your covenant symbol becomes, and the more excited Yol gets. Every few points of hollowing,
my
just
advice.
check back at Yol,
Use
and
this
he'll let you
road
level up again,
and leave
getting you another
this place.
Dark Sigil in your inventory, giving you more points of hollowing when you die, and again
And
and
for the
again
occasional
until you level up 5 times
you've
at
better
Yol,
think
and he dies of excitement. In his place, Yuria appears, and the hollowing questline continues. I highly, highly recommend that you go down this questline because, in my opinion, it's one of the best ones in the game. However, it is very, very tricky to do right, so check out my lore through series if you're interested in doing the questline. We're gonna go through it there. If you spent hours curating the perfect waifu, I wouldn't do that, but some people like to do it. It's weird. Anyway, don't worry, it's easy to reverse hollowing. Just buy a purging stone from Yuria and you can remove all the hollowing points. And furthermore, if you give a Firekeeper soul to the Firekeeper, then she'll heal the dark sigils in your inventory so you won't hollow again. Good looks don't come cheap though, so remember that. Number 4 is that it's now way easier to play with your mates. Just set a password shared between you both, and all of a sudden, you will be able to be summoned regardless of your soul level. To balance this, the game will scale down the Phantom's strength to match the host's. Also, you can't drop a weapon for your friend that exceeds his or her maximum upgraded weapon. How cool is this summoning system though? For so long we've been leveling up characters alongside our friends, and that gets so tricky and complicated. This simplifies things so much. But I'll tell you what I like more than friends: invading people. Once you get the Red Eye Orb from Ringfinder Leonard, you can use it to invade indefinitely. I'll explain his questline in another video. But did you know that the rewards you get for killing a host now depend on which covenant you're in? For example, if I invade with the Red Eye Orb and a Sunbro medal equipped, then I'll get Sunlight medals for killing. If you go in as a Red Phantom Mound Maker, I'll get a Vertebra Shackle for killing, and so on. If I invade as anything else, I think, though, I get a Pale Tongue, which is a reward for the Fingers of Rosaria Covenant, which is associated with the Red Eye Orb. So if you want to farm those 3 Covenant rewards, then PvP with a friend or invade others. It's really good for switching it up. Additionally, the color of your Red Phantom now changes depending on your equipped Covenant as well. You can see here I'm this sexy golden Red Phantom because I'm a Sunbro invader. I love the way it looks. So yeah, try some jolly murdering for once. Another related thing is to do with invasion requirements. You can only invade people who match or are below your maximum upgraded weapon level, in addition to the soul level system also being in place. A user named Prenex on Reddit actually did a great write-up on invasion requirements, and you should go and check it out. It's really interesting. I'll put it in the description below. Number 6. One thing that I discovered from watching PvP streamers was that you can now parry people even if they attack you from behind. Apparently, a shield parry now affects phantoms in a 360 radius around you. But is this a bug or a feature? Time will tell. For number 7, I've written down that you can perform visceral attacks on a ton of enemies, some of whom don't even look staggerable. The head is what you often want to aim for on many enemy creatures, but the main thing I want to talk about is that if you hit an enemy regularly during this time, just with a light attack for example, you'll now hear a different sound which indicates that you're dealing more damage during their vulnerable state. You also hear this sound on counter hits and all the other vulnerable times. It's a nice touch. Number 8. When you run and press R2 now, you do a jumping attack. These can also be initiated by pressing forward and R2, of course. What's also new is that you can do a rolling attack animation immediately after a jumping attack. I found for most weapons this is really good for crystal lizards because jumping attacks often fling them onto their back and rolling attacks are often vertical or pokes. Number 9. When you do a jump by pressing L3 when you're running, you no longer have to do the mandatory roll at the end of it. If you stop pressing forward on the left analog stick as soon as you initiate the jump, then your character will come to a standstill, like this. This is particularly good for tricky jumping puzzles like this one, but there really aren't many uses for this right now at all, which is a shame. I never thought that Dark Souls needed jumping puzzles because the jumping mechanic has always been trash, but the fact that this exists, that you don't have to roll, is almost like an Easter egg. It would be interesting if they put a puzzle where you have to stop the jump. You can't do the roll in order to get the reward. I think that would be neat. Alright, number 10. Using weapon arts with no focus still works for a lot of weapons, and while their effectiveness is often reduced, some weapons are worth using simply for their weapon art. For example, the Sunlight Straightsword has a buff that you can apply even with a tiny bit of focus, and daggers have a quick step that functions with no focus at all. This is particularly handy when you're rolling through the swamp. Just equip a dagger and fly through the swamp with the weapon art instead. Look at how much faster this is. It brought my swamp experience up to a almost bearable. It's pretty good. The next 5 secrets are little quick-fire secrets. First, you can do a charge attack by holding R2, like in Bloodborne. You can also throw some knives while running, and some spells, like Farron Dart, while running as well. You get a heavy roll at above 70% equip burden, so it's very beneficial to stay below 70%. Power stance dual wielding no longer exists in Dark Souls 3, which is sad because I think that was one of the best things that Dark Souls 2 brought to the table. You can now two-hand dual wieldable weapons instead. And for number 15, I want you to go and check out this video. It's by a streamer named Scott Jund, who did an awesome little write-up on how defense works in Dark Souls 3. My favorite discovery in that video was that having an empty armor slot is something you just never want to do, and that even wearing rags in that armor slot can drastically increase your defense. So subscribe if you want to. This channel is all about Dark Souls, so we got stories and tips and guides, and if you have any other tips, throw them in the comment section. It's really fun to be able to unpack the game with you guys, and I'm sure there's some stuff I've missed, and I hope there is, because I don't want this to end. Also, if you have another browser tab free, open up RB Frosty's Twitch stream and throw him a follow, because he helped a ton with all the multiplayer testing, and he is another great streamer in the community that you should support. Thanks for watching, supporting me, and I'll see you in the next one, more Dark Souls 3. I think this emote is going to be very popular. It's found by trading a homeward bone with Pickle P or Pumperum the Crows, whose nests are found atop Filing Shrine after you buy the tower key from the Handmaiden. As always, there's this huge list of shiny items that you can trade by dropping one at a time, and I'll throw a list of all the currently known ones in the description. The most notable ones, though, are Lucatiel's Mask, a Lightning Gem, and the shiniest reward of all. While you're up in the rafters, grab that Estus Shard and then walk to the far end and hit the wall. It's an illusory one. There are so many of these in Dark Souls 3. Behind it is the covetous Silver Serpent Ring, which increases souls dropped by around 10%. Number 3 is that the Estus Shard and the Nest and the Ring, all of it is accessible early without the tower key via this jumping shortcut off the tree. Face the roof, run diagonally up the tree, and then do a diagonal right while pressing L3. If you're having trouble making the jump, don't worry, you're probably not bad. It's just more than likely that it's been patched since this video came out, so don't tell me something. Number 4. In Lothric, you would have met a woman named Emma in the cathedral. If you kill her, then it initiates one of the major endgame boss fights early, which leads to an endgame area if you can kill the boss. And it's a pretty big if, because the dancer is tough. Killing her legitimately at around soul level 35 was by far the hardest thing I've done in this game, and I've finished it a few times now. However, if you do it, then the rewards are pretty damn good, especially if you're running a faith or a strength build, because there are a lot of miracles and strength weapons in Upper Lothric Castle. Here's a short list of what you can get. Now, there is a way to cheese the dancer and kill her easily on any character, but it's probably gonna get patched soon. I'll tell you about it later in this upcoming video instead. Number 5. So, fast forwarding to the undead settlement, there's this really secret covenant that you can join, but you have to do it before killing the cursed Greatwood. Turn right at the burning tree, go across the bridge, and then go around the right side of the building through these barrels, climb the ladder, and run along the rooftops to the right. Below, you'll see a cage carrier, but as long as you haven't killed the cursed Greatwood, he's non-hostile. So walk up behind him and, do the logical thing. Climb into his cage, get thrown down into a pit, crawl out of your cage, and talk to Hodrick to join the Moundmaker's Covenant. Moundmakers drop a white or a red sign, but it appears purple. So if someone summons you with this sign, then you can either kill the enemies in their world and help them, or you can kill the host or their phantom for the reward. Alright, so between us, here's what we're gonna do. When the game first comes out, no one's going to know what these purple signs do, so put on a white summon ring that you get from Yuria, get summoned into someone's world, and just kill all the enemies, help them out, be friendly, wave at them, and then, once you've gained their trust, turn on them when the time is right, backstab them when their health is low, or something like that. Eventually, you'll get 10 vertebra shackles, and these can be handed in for a new katana called Bloodlust, which I've heard is good, or 30 shackles rewards you with the Warmth spell. Number 6. When I first uploaded this video, I said that you had to offer the young white branch to the giant in order to gain his friendship, but apparently this isn't true. Though Koizish in the comments said that he doesn't fire upon you if you start with the white birch starting gift, which I confirmed, and that's at least somewhat interesting, right? Anyway, in this re-uploaded video, enjoy the fact that you can do emotes of the Firekeeper and get a response. Exciting, huh? Number 7. Did you know that some enemies are ridiculously weak to fire? For example, dogs, the tree hollows, both of those will writhe on the ground if you hit them with any fire damage at all, which pretty much guarantees you a kill after the first hit. The best example of this, though, are those maggot monsters, who are completely incapacitated by fire, so pull out the torch every time you face against them. Without this knowledge of fire, they're really tough because they cover you in maggots and your bleed meter will rise for a ridiculous stretch of time. But don't worry, if you do get covered in maggots, simply pull out a torch and they'll all fly off. Number 8. In Farron's Swamp, if you follow the left wall as soon as you enter the swamp, you'll eventually come across these 3 tree monsters. And after dealing with the bullshit of the swamp, I bet most of you just ignored them. Well, if you kill them, one of them drops the Black Bow of Faris, which is one of the best ranged weapons, and also Faris's cap. Number 9. Before Farron's Swamp is the Crucifixion Woods, where you'll experience your first NPC invasion from Yellowfinger if you're in Ember form. Kill him, and he'll drop the Xanthus Helm and a Hazel Pit. And this is a recurring theme throughout the game, so if you're someone who wants to hunt down every weapon, make sure you're embered at least once in every area, and you'll get invaded, and you'll get NPCs to kill for their weapons. Number 10, speaking of killing, if you're wondering what NPCs drop, don't worry, I sacrificed one of my characters and made him go on a murdering spree to find out. Anri drops her luck-scaling straight sword, Horus drops a shield with really balanced defenses, Cornyx the Pyromancer gives his awesome-looking set, Aegon drops his weapon and his shield, Arena drops the Tower Key, the Giant drops the Hawk Ring, Sigurd drops the Storm Ruler, the Pierce Shield, and the Katarina set, Ceres drops her Talisman, Yuria drops Dark Drift, the Invisible Katana, Leonard drops his hat, and Patches drops his spear and his ring. Most of the NPCs I've named just now also drop their ashes, which gives you access to a bunch of their armor sets at the Handmaiden, if you didn't know. And if you're wondering where to find these NPCs and initiate all their quest lines, subscribe, because I'm going to be putting out a video this week with all of that info, because the first time I played Dark Souls 3, I missed so many quest lines, and you should be able to catch them all if you watch that video. But to finish, one more thing, which is a bit of a challenge to you guys. I wanted to put this in as a secret, but I couldn't figure it out. So in the Undead Settlement, past the ladder we climbed earlier to get to the Moundmaker's Covenant, there's this NPC who is a friendly undead conglomerate.
Another Nana disappeared. The clowns can carry a cage.
promise never coming back. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade.
I cannot figure out what this guy is on about, and I can't figure out his purpose. Do you have any idea? My best guess is that he's giving you a hint that you're supposed to climb into the guy's cage nearby, but goddamn, that's From Software's idea of a hint, apparently. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you learned something new. Also, I wanted to give a huge shout out to a Russian Souls uploader named Will Max. He's been doing the Russian captions for all the recent videos, and he was the one who reminded me to enable that setting in the first place, which allows people to contribute their own captions. So do me a favor and check out his channel. And since I've enabled it, I've had contributions from people who speak Portuguese, Chinese contributors, and if you know a language other than English and you feel like captioning some videos, I'd be so thankful if you could do that. It means I could talk to a wider audience. So yeah, I'd appreciate that. And thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. I didn't think we could make another episode, but we did it. A lot of these are thanks to you guys. Number 1. So we know that you can shortcut to your first item quick slot by holding down on the D-pad, but did you know that you can also shortcut to your first attune spell by holding up? Pure spellcaster builds have always had it tough with toggling between spells, and the highest skill cap thing you can do as a caster really is quickly switch between spells to confuse your opponents, so this gives you more control. Does this make sorcery viable in PvP? No. No, it doesn't. Nothing will. Number 2 is in the running for the most obscure secret of Dark Souls 3. So summon an NPC phantom called Swamp Cuculus outside of the Old Demon King boss fog, and then kill the Old Demon King with Cuculus still alive. Then, have an epiphany about how Cuculus is obviously Cornyx's apprentice, and remember to check back at Cornyx's cage in the Undead Settlement. A corpse will now be there, holding Cornyx's amazing pyromancy set, and the Spotted Whip which poisons foes. If you found this naturally in your playthrough, well done. This isn't all you can get from summoning NPCs though. If Knightslayer Tsorig kills you, and be honest, he killed everyone, right? You get the My Thanks emote. If you summon the Longdoor Pale Shade, you get the Dual Bow. If you summon Blackhand Gotthard, you get By My Sword, and Yellowfinger gives you the proper bow. I'm quite sure that there's others that I'm missing, and maybe even some that no one has discovered yet? I don't know. If you find any, let everyone know. Number 3. New Game Plus is disappointing in this game. Enemy damage doesn't seem to scale too much, and I personally haven't noticed any new enemy placements, which at least Dark Souls 2 did right. At any rate, New Game Plus 1 and New Game Plus 2 grant access to some of the Plus 1, Plus 2, and Plus 3 rings. Some of the best ones are the Plus 2 Gold Serpent Ring or the Plus 2 Ring of Favor. I'll leave a list to them all in the description if you want to hunt them down. Number 4. So, in the last episode, I was really surprised to hear that so many of you got stuck in a hollowing state without a way to cure it. I just realized that sounds like I'm making fun of you, but it really is really hard to cure hollowing if you don't know how. So, if you don't have access to purging stones because Yuria has gone, then just go to the statue of Velka after purchasing the grave key, and you can request Disillusion there. Once you've done this and healed the Dark Sigil at the Firekeeper, then, all those hours spent in the character creator, they were no longer for nothing. Number 5. The Hollow Gem Infusion allows a weapon to scale with your luck stat, which I'm discovering is awesome if you run a poison or bleed build, since those things scale with luck as well. In addition though, did you know that actually being hollow, while also having a hollow infusion, gives you a +5 bonus to your luck stat? So if you're running a luck build, just infuse your shield with hollowing, and even if it's on your back, you're still reaping the benefits. It's a neat little mechanic to make luck that tiny bit more viable. Speaking of infusions, the simple infusion also has a hidden benefit. It scales with intelligence, but it also restores focus at a rate of about 1 focus point per 4 seconds. Now that sounds horrible, but it is actually amazing for some weapons that can take advantage of it. Take the Sunlight Straightsword, for example. If I have 0 focus points, then I can't cast the buff. But if I have even 1 focus point, then I can. So if you're using a weapon that benefits greatly from even a tiny amount of focus, and most do, then throw this infusion on an offhand shield or something. It's amazing. Number 7 is to do with consuming souls. If you have a ton that you want to consume, then the fastest way is just to sell them at the Handmaiden. She gives you the same amount that you'd usually get. Number 8. When you're deciding whether to make that risky jump because there's a shiny over there, consider this. Important items like Estus shards or weapons or rings, they have a large glow, whereas regular items like consumables have a small glow. So if you have to choose between 2 items and a giant's about to smack the shit out of you, then make sure you choose the right one. Number 9. Segue. So if you're like me right now, and you have a huge pile of souls that you need to get back to, then never fear, because here's a mechanic I only learned about recently. The Ring of Sacrifice makes it so that you don't lose souls on death, which everybody knows. But did you also know that it gives you another chance to recover any lost souls already waiting for you in the world? So here, you can see my souls over there. I'm going to recover them, but I die on my way. But since I have the Ring of Sacrifice equipped, the pile of souls remains, and I have another chance to recover them. So props to Supermandrew7 for making me aware of this one. Number 10. The giant tree by your shrine, it sometimes leaves a seed of a giant tree behind, which can be used to temporarily seed your world. Any invader into the seeded world will not only have to deal with the host, they also have to deal with the normal enemies in that world, which just, pushes the odds more into the host's favor. I really don't get what From has against invaders. Anyway, the trigger for a seed to drop appears to be really similar to what it was in Dark Souls 2, where simply being invaded can give you a chance to receive a seed. For me, I found it was about a 50% chance that the seed would appear after I was invaded, but my sample size was pretty small, so it's hard to say the exact percent. In Dark Souls 2, it was 25%, I believe. Regardless, if you do get invaded, then remember to check for a seed, because you can hold up to 5 at a time, but only 1 can be at the tree at any one time. Number 11. If you want to be invaded more often, and who doesn't, use a dried finger from the Handmaiden. Using it resets your invasion timer, which is nothing new, but what is new is that it allows you to summon a third invading phantom and a second invading phantom. A hidden thing is that to remove this effect, you have to travel to a new bonfire, not just grab it. When you get grabbed by the rock stray demon, did you know that you can mash the shoulder buttons and the face buttons to escape its grab? Of course you did, you're a Souls veteran, and you probably do mash a lot of buttons out of reflex, but in this game, the only grab attack I've managed to escape from is this one. Mashing is no use against mimics, the Grus. Other bosses seem to have a set animation. I guess the rule is that if there's an enemy that sort of crushes you and you can see your character wriggle in response to your button presses, then that is when you mash the buttons. 13. The messaging system no longer applies at Hellish Soapstone, and it's available here in your options menu. And at first glance, the messaging system looks terrible, but that's only until you press the triangle button, and all of a sudden you'll have access to conjugations, another extension of your message, and even gestures as well, which returns from Bloodborne. No skeleton ahead, and then skeleton. Perfect. If a player rates that message, positive or negative, then I'll receive a health boost at that moment. But it is funny that it rewards you for placing a terrible or evil message as well. Number 14 is a returning mechanic in Dark Souls 1. It's that there's an easy way to deal with mimics, and there are a shitload of mimics in this game. Of course, you all know that you can tell if it's a mimic if the chain on the side is straight, and if the chest itself is very lightly breathing. Just like in Dark Souls 1 as well, though, Lloyd's talismans put mimics to sleep. While asleep, they'll allow you to pick up the item it usually drops, so you can continue on your way after that. If you're lucky though, it'll drop the symbol of Avarice, which is a helmet that helps you get more item discovery, which is great in this game. The best way to farm this is actually just to peg Lloyd's talismans at it until it drops it. Throw a talisman, hit the mimic to wake it up, and then throw another talisman until you get it, or until you run out of Lloyd's talismans. You get more Lloyd's talismans from the Handmaiden after picking up the Paladin's Ashes. Kudos to Atara on Reddit for reminding me that Lloyd's talismans are a thing. Alright, so this last thing isn't just a discovery, it's also a bit of a call to action, which I haven't done very often, so I'm interested to see how well this can work. So, I can't quite figure out this mechanic. As you played through Dark Souls 3, I'm sure you noticed that you randomly get an extra Estus sometimes when you kill an enemy, right? Sometimes you even get 2 flasks. Myself and Illusory Wall, who is a Dark Souls wizard, we set out to figure out exactly what triggers this to happen sometimes, and so far all we've discovered is that certain enemies have a higher chance to give you flasks than others. Enemies like Dark Wraiths, for example, they always give you 2, and Red Eye Skeletons, etc. The odd thing is, though, even these enemies stopped giving us flasks after a little while. And a similar mechanic existed in Dark Souls 1 with Humanity. Enemies had a hidden point system associated with them, which, upon death, would come towards you, eventually receiving Humanity, guaranteed. And I have a theory that Dark Souls 3 does work similar to this, but I also have a faint hope that the chance of you getting Estus could be associated with the luck stat. I think that would be really cool, but that's just because I want luck to be accepted as a worthy stat. So if you want to help us figure out this mechanic, then get out there, drain an Estus flask, and record what types of enemies you have to kill before you receive a hidden flask. My hope is that with a bit more raw data in the comments section, then we might get a little bit closer. The only thing that's confusing is that it's irregular after a certain point. And if you do this, then make sure you throw your luck stat in the comments as well. Maybe this is the thing. Thanks for watching, guys. I know this isn't the most interesting video I could have done. There are so many amazing videos I want to make, and the thing is, I've actually commissioned those pieces of art. The game coming out, and the art is still coming in, and it just so happened this was the first video that had its art. Yeah, if you don't know, I spend like hundreds of dollars every single video just on the art itself, which is available for patrons as well if you want to get that as a wallpaper, and that's just a way of rewarding people for being able to fund like the incredible artwork that I love to commission, which I'm incredibly grateful for. Didn't mean to go on a tangent about patrons and such, but yeah, thanks for watching regardless, and I will see you in the next one, and the next one is going to be a very good video. Bye guys. There's no way this episode is as interesting as the last one, but I'm still gonna try. So first, the architecture in the dancer's room is flammable, and not just from her weapons, but from ours as well. This fire-spreading effect exists all throughout Lothric Castle, and it stops when you reach the Grand Archives, and then it starts again in the Twin Princes boss fight, on 2 chairs in particular, these ones, the ones on their sides. I spent a lot of time hitting chairs with a torch today. And to be honest, I wish this mechanic was built into way more wooden structures, maybe with the ability to deal damage if enemies got too close to the fire. I think the game could really benefit from more environmental effects, more destruction effects, things like that. Second, do you remember this moment in one of the really old Dark Souls trailers? An elite knight does the Quiet Resolve emote as they walk away, and this same emote is given to us by Anri in Dark Souls 3, a character who wears the elite knight set and really embodies that same sentiment, that same courage, because Anri is a character who dedicatedly pursues her and Horus's quest towards Tolkien, even after Horus's passing. Third, after we kill the Abyss Watchers, Hawkwood, a fellow unkindled, he thanks us for helping them find their final resting place, and after they're dead, Hawkwood the Crestfallen looks away and leaves to find his purpose. We see him next outside the fight with Osiris, and I bet this is where he comes across the Way of the Dragon emote. And then Hawkwood can be summoned atop the Archdragon Peak, and you might not have done this with him, but he actually performs the Way of the Dragon emote here, obtaining his own Twinkling Dragon headstone, while you obtain the Twinkling Dragon torso stone. After talking with Andre, Hawkwood can be confronted beside the corpses of his fellow legionnaires who fight for the title of the True Dragon. And most curiously, if you lose here, Hawkwood will actually take the Twinkling Dragon torso stone from your inventory until you manage to defeat him and steal it back. I thought it was really interesting that the game really shows you his path throughout the world. Moving on, for number 4, it's obvious that the Nameless King is Gwyn's firstborn, the god of war who led the Warriors of Sunlight. But as an awesome piece of extra evidence, did you notice that the Sunlight Medal sigil is all throughout Archdragon Peak, printed on these silver plates? Another thing I discovered when going over character dialogue, did you know that Bloodleth has some seriously tricky to receive dialogue? If you kill him and then reload the area and go close to him, then he'll be asleep, he'll be dreaming, and he'll be muttering this.
It suits you to the bone. Please help me. Be done with me. No, gods, no. I cannot bear it. It burns. Help me. Beg pardon. I must have dozed a while.
Is he having nightmares about the time he linked the fire, maybe? Interestingly, if you initiate this post-death dialogue with him after you defeat the Dragon Slayer armor, then he says this as well.
See you not. I am a lord. Like, but I shoulder the world. Forgive me. I am not to blame.
Bloodleth is a fascinating character. There's surely more to him that needs to be revealed. He's this lord who exists in an alternate version of a shrine where he states that he painted a new vision of the world. And while he's really proud of how he linked the flame, he also displays this supreme amount of guilt in his nightmares. Something is going on here, and I hope it's elucidated in the DLC. 6. True to Patch's deep lore, his dialogue changes when you start the game as a cleric.
Every rotten cleric's dream, right?
Next, I'm sure by now a lot of you know that the Calamity Ring can be obtained by performing the Way of the Dragon emote at this statue. But more importantly, do you think that they're poking fun at the players in the description? This ring has no useful powers and is merely a symbol of dragon worship, a thing quietly passed down amongst its most fervent adherents. Some people become convinced the task has been bestowed upon them as a sacred duty. This is a ring that makes you take double damage, and in the last episode we talked a little bit about how they might be doing this same thing with the pendant, where they poke fun at people who are convinced that these items mean something. And I bet they're doing that as well, because a lot of people thought this ring meant something in Dark Souls 1, but... For number 8, did you ever pay attention to this corpse, dead in the first bonfire in the profaned capital, surrounded by ladders? It's Laxel Gilligan from Dark Souls 2, a beloved and complex character who sold ladders that helped you access a place that you could just drop down into. Yeah, he's pretty forgettable. Anyway, him being here is pretty funny, actually. Once again, he's surrounded by ladders, and at least some of them are useful this time. For number 9, I'd be surprised if you manage to find a bunch of items that appear on corpses after you've killed their corresponding NPCs. For example, the Pale Shade set is in Filing Shrine if you've defeated this invader in Farron Keep and Irithyll. Eric's Paladin set appears near Rosaria if you kill his phantom in the Cathedral. Havel's set appears near the Stray Demon once the Havel Knight is dead in the real world. Hodrick's set is found upon his corpse in the Pit of Hollows after Sirius's questline, and Sirius's Sunless Talisman is found on a grave outside our shrine once her quest is complete. The Grandfather's Shield can also be found here. And finally, one of my favorite sets, which is Creighton's Mirror Chain set, is found upon the bridge after you kill him in Sirius's world and your own as well. I'll leave wiki links to all of these in the description below if you want to find them. For the Lord of Hollows ending, you sacrifice your fellow unkindled Anri and claim her dark sigils for your own. But did you know that Anri appears in the ending cutscene? You can spot him or her here, and additionally some people have stated that Anri appears without armor for them in a hollow state. But I was never able to reliably replicate this glitch. But anyway, the implications from this are that Anri lives on, if you want to call being hollow living. So, we started last episode off with the discovery that the dancers' sound clips could be reversed so that you could hear their original sound. And now, a week or two later, user Center is back with more fascinating sound findings, and I just can't help but talk about these again. So the Crystal Sages, for example, sound like they're saying, "Release me now," when this is reversed. The Deacons sound like they're in a lot of pain. And this is what it sounds like when hundreds of curses are stuffed inside a spirit tree. And there are a bunch more creepy, haunting, and illuminating sound effects that you can listen to, so go and check out that link in the description. For 12, did you know that you can combine the two swords of the Twin Princes of Lothric to create the Twin Prince's Greatsword? This requires New Game Plus, and if you have both of the swords from two Twin Princes' souls, then just bring them to Woodloch and he'll transpose them together. Within the weapon art of this new greatsword is both the sacred light of Lothric and the flame of Lorien. Next, there are quite a few NPCs that have hard-to-find endings to their quest. First, did you know that Orbeck can appear in the Grand Archives if you purchase all of his spells? He can even help you with the Lothric boss fight if you do this, and afterwards you'll find his corpse sitting at a table beside these candlestick scholars. Also in the Grand Archives is Greyret's corpse, if you manage to keep him alive after his outing to Irithyll. Third, if you only purchase light miracles from Erlina, then she'll eventually become a mute firekeeper, moving to the bottom of the tower to the side of the Filing Shrine, and she can even level you up if you desire. Lastly, at the end of Anri's quest to kill Aldrich, Anri hollows, her duty fulfilled.
Now, heed this little warning from this little lord. Seek not the girl. She knoweth her fate, what will become of her upon her duty's end. She would not wish thee falling there.
After receiving the sword she left with Ludleth, Anri can be followed to her grave in two places. If you told her where you found Horus, then she will decide that her grave should be beside his, and if you never told her where to find Horus, then she will hollow atop this lonely hill outside the Cathedral of the Deep, a place that probably has some meaning to her, because this is where her early life was, within the Cathedral of the Deep. For 14, did you know that it's possible to summon to the point where you can perform a critical attack? This reminds me so much of Bloodborne, especially if you do it with a fist weapon, like the user Cleopatra, who pointed this out the other week. 15, I want to give a bit of a teaser for an upcoming video that I'm planning on doing in collaboration with everyone's favorite translator, Loremaster Noja. We've done a few translation videos in the past. In the research for the Angels of Lothric and the Hollows of Londor video, we discovered that Uria's line,
Garth, I have failed thee,
actually translates more accurately to Karth, your dying wish wasn't done. So, does this mean that Karth, the primordial serpent that many assumed was immortal, might actually be dead? This Japanese is drastically different from the English, at any rate. So all this and more will come out in a full translation video where we go over the fascinating little discrepancies between the English and the Japanese. But we might wait until the DLC comes out, I think, because then we'll have access to all of the descriptions. But I'd love it if you could throw Loremaster Noja a follow on Twitter or something. He's been this huge help to me, and he's currently working on an indie game project that looks really interesting so far. But thank you for watching this one, guys. I think we're finally ahead of schedule with videos a bit now. There should always be a video out for patrons whenever I release a new video, so become a patron if you want a bit of early access. But yeah, hopefully I can get back into more of a regular schedule now for once in my life. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Final set of secrets for the final DLC of the last Souls game. And it's fitting that in this DLC there are some of the best secrets of all. Case in point, number 1.
I can't find the Purging Monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place?
The Purging Monument. You can see it, but how do you get there? This question completely absorbed like over 10 hours of my playtime, and the only location I could conceivably find that could possibly lead there is this chute leading upwards. And behind a broken statue, engraved
I don't
on
know
the
how to
wall,
use that.
are the words, "Show your humanity." I was lucky enough to play the DLC a couple of days before.
Gracious, passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
What do you have, woman? Got a... Sorry, I'm so confused. I might have a neural slip? What's new? Ooh. That torch.
Ashen one.
I ain't bringing nothing. Oh. Burn, baby, burn. Here we go. Wait, now, hold on now, hold on. Stop, bro, no. Alright, there we go. And then, how the fuck? That's crazy. I forgot Christmas was coming up. Magic weapon. How to use magic weapon. Dark Sister. Put staff in your left hand and weapon you want. What? Huh? What? Bert. In the okay. And then can I just anime? Get it. Alright, what am I doing? Great. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Ashen one.
Yeah. Wow. What am I doing? Why are you fighting me? My finger is harder. Fuck off. No. Why can you move like that? Yeah, a little last night. Give me that. Give me a little knife. Oh, not a hammer. Bro, what the fuck? That's so great. Come. I don't want you to wake our sleepy friend up. Oh yeah, I need level. I was cooking with the torch, so. Oh god. I need to put that back on my. Hit him in the beanbag, Bert. My turn, though. Yep. I know what I must do. Hello. How's it going, Ming? Ming. Gotta level up my torch. This fucking tree is weak to fire. Walk up and just go boop. Can you upgrade a torch? How do you do that? Come on, put some metal in this, bro.
Just good. What need?
I can't make it stronger. That's crazy. I haven't even bought anything from you. This guy loves himself. Be careful. Alright. I need to run around and grind, but I'm not feeling it. That's a root. Oh my god, I'm never gonna remember that to my left. Okay. Hey. It's not a real weapon, I get it. Well, that's it. Whoa. Crazy. They love this stuff. When you come from the other way, they're not anywhere near over here. Oh god, oh god. Go, get to the disco ball. Go. Hey, you better run. Okay. So, this needs to be put right back here. Huh. I don't really have anything that is like flame. What's that? I'm just gonna have to choose it. And these guys are just gonna keep coming too, so there's no sense picking them all off like I did before. What? Fine. Ah! Do. That's that guy. Thank you. I'm gonna fight you now. Wow. Please tell me this is double. Wow. one everywhere. Oh my god, I'm done. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that thing. Run around here in this undead settlement for a fucking year? What's this? What does this sound? No, I know what I'll do. I'll get a new weapon. I gotta think of what's good. Like, I want to get this, like, immolation spear thing, but I can't get access to that till, like, later in the game.
Welcome.
Wait, what?
Farewell, Ashen
Talking
One.
to Koi. I hate to break it to you, but this fucking magic weapon's kind of mid.
Ashen One.
Gonna need something a little bit more substantial. You know, did I go run around in that main area? Don't think I did. Whoa.
Unkindled, are we?
Okay.
And fast on the trail of the lords absconded?
Then these red eyes are for you. Use them to pillage embers and briefly heighten your strength for your duty. What else are unkindled ashes good for? What else? Pillage ember, what else?
How's that white ring? Somebody does.
Ashen.
Bring my soul. Got it. Oh, a happy cat. Oh, Billy Rob. So cute. Breather on some Dark Souls. Yep, put it up there. Yeah, I think I'm like 10 levels under that boss fight. I could go back and fight the Dancer. Oh, wait. Multiple. Ow! I just want to update. I'm not trying to launch it. Don't launch it. Grab a drink. We're back. It's a good game. I love just skating around and shit. I can't wait to get rollerblades and bikes if that's a thing that actually happens. Used to play, the soundtrack's fire. The art's cool as shit. The story's lit. I got in a Humble Bundle. I'm like, always happy with the games that really do that. No! Whoa. Wait, I can get time. I wonder if this game would be more fun to play on like a controller too. Cause I'm like leaning forward as if I was playing shooters. Like bound to a base button. I guess it's like that. remember what they fucking told me. But apparently I'm supposed to go slide under something, I think. His ass was not. What y'all doing? Bro, I'm gonna crash out. This music's crazy. Oh my god. There are so many fun bitches in here tonight. Alright, damn, bro. get up there.
You ready?
Damn, dog. Nah, I'm good. I gotta go figure something out. back here.
Oh, hey!
So it good. Bro, get this wall down. Why y'all fucking with me? good game. I'll go back to scouring tomorrow. And my stomach broke. I'm gonna play this more, but do I feel like actually playing? What is this? Hey, kitten. Space. I hate installing or like uninstalling games. We feel bad. Weird. Weird. I got to the end. I don't want. I don't want to like beat it. Those new fucking game comes out. I should though. I'm like right there. I'll leave it on. And then Sky's massive. It's a fun game though. I wanna play it. That's it. That's big for what it is, no way. No, no, all these games are 100% necessary. Yes, man, I wanna play Ball Guys, bro. Go back to Bayonetta. It's not a heavy install. Maybe it was. God, why do I keep getting to the end of games and not beating them? It's driving me fucking insane. Like, I could just delete that. Okay, I'm gonna. Raspberry Pi? A little machine gun? Weird.
Chubby cat.
Unknown pilot. Recenter 2 times to lock into your seat and begin pilot verification. Or to escape, navigate the menu on the inside of your left wrist. Sit upright and recenter. Sit upright and recenter. Sit upright and recenter. Sit upright and recenter. Sit upright and recenter.
What are you trying to tell me?
Vital signs detected. You have experienced a crash, and all crew members are dead. You are not authorized to pilot this mech unit. Due to extreme circumstances, I have overridden the credentials lockout. Downloading black box data from the crash. Mission update. Retrieve all information and cargo and return to HQ for evaluation. As your OS, I am obligated to guide you to safety. I will guide you through this. To start, please locate and power up all 4 primary systems. Locate and power up all 4 primary systems. Good. You can adjust your joystick height by toggling the switch on the bottom right display. To get started, adjust your joystick's height position to your liking.
Alright, kitten. I love you, but you gotta get off my lap.
Please
I don't wanna,
adjust your
like...
joystick height by toggling
I'm
the
doing
switch
it,
on the
lady!
bottom right display.
Jesus, fuck off. Yeah, I see.
Position stored.
Nope.
Okay, let's proceed slowly, engineer. Your right
Here we
joystick
go.
controls aiming, rotation, and weapon firing. To start, locate and grab your right joystick. Be advised, this joystick pivots at your elbow, not your wrist. Take note of this and utilize the full range of motion available to you. Grab your right joystick and aim the reticle at the targets for calibration. Good. Calibration complete. Remember, you can adjust your joystick's position at any time, and I will save this information in your personal Skylink chip. In case this crash was caused by a terrorist attack, I have bypassed your weapons lock. To fire your weapons, grab your right joystick and pull the trigger. Please fire 3 rounds. Please grab your right joystick, pull the trigger, and fire 3 rounds. Good. This mech is outfitted with asymmetric weapons. You can isolate each weapon for focused fire by pushing left or right on the right thumbstick, or press up on the right thumbstick to enable group fire. Let's switch to your right weapon with the thumbstick, and then fire 3 rounds. Good. Please switch to group mode by pressing up on your right thumbstick and fire 3 rounds. Good. This covers the basics in case we encounter a hostile environment. I have generated holographic targets for you to neutralize. Get comfortable with firing your weapons by destroying all targets. Please eliminate all remaining targets.
Hold on now, too. Can I recenter?
Please eliminate all remaining targets.
How do I bring this back, bro? My arm is not that long. How do I move? Is there a fucking target up there? Better reload.
Please eliminate all remaining targets.
Wow. There's more. There's always more.
Please eliminate all remaining targets.
I'm not this tall, so I have to, like, lean forward or something.
Good. We should start moving. My scans indicate activity to the west. I have unlocked your mech's movement system. Please locate and grab your left joystick. The thumbstick controls the speed and direction of your mech's movement. Please grab your left joystick and use the thumbstick to head towards the waypoint.
Alright, I'm getting dizzy. Woo, alright.
With your left joystick grabbed, use the thumbstick to head towards the waypoint.
Well, hold on, lady.
With your left joystick grabbed, use the thumbstick to head towards the waypoint.
Look, lady, I'm small.
You're picking this up. Your mech is equipped with rapid ignite thrusters to help you vault over obstacles. To engage the thrust system, grip the left joystick and pull the trigger. Your mech will thrust in the direction your left thumbstick is pointing.
Gotta be some way that this, like, it feels easier.
Please grip the left joystick and pull the trigger to engage the thrust system and overcome the obstacles. Please grip the left joystick
bro, hold on.
and overcome the obstacles.
Ma'am, I'm just trying to recenter real quick.
Please grip the left joystick.
Alright.
Engage the thrust system.
You're crazy. You're crazy right now. I'm going. How do I bring this thing in? Oh, bruh. Yes. We know how to jump. Can I please just fucking go into my options?
Excellent. Your mech is running low on ammunition. I have located a skydrop marked on your HUD.
On my HUD, ma'am?
Please locate and stand in front of the munitions drop marked on your HUD.
Alright, bruh. I'm just trying to, like, be a chill dude and figure out how to, like, aim without pulling a muscle in my arm. Like, there is a way to move that arm back, isn't it?
Please locate and stand in front of the munitions drop marked on your HUD. You can interact with cargo and other elements in the environment using your multi-purpose RCS to grab and store items. Pull the center lever towards you.
Am I doing that right? Oh. Cool.
Cargo stored.
Okay.
I have accessed the gate and triggered an emergency open override.
Oh, you're gonna tell me, please. How do I bring it back? Okay. That's up and down. I want like. Okay. Shorter might be word. Cause that way back in like. Yeah. That's something.
I'm detecting more signs on my radar. Let's get to the extraction zone ASAP.
Extracted.
Pilot, I cannot locate the hostiles. Your onboard radar must have been affected. Take cover immediately. You have sustained critical damage. To identify the affected sector, check your top left display. Here, you can see the available repair compound in the most damaged sectors on your mech. I have marked a repair station near you. Locate and store a repair canister.
Bro, why you just shoot me? It's fucked up.
Please stand in front of the repair station and use the center bottom lever to take a repair compound canister. Please stand in front of the repair. Good. Quickly identify the most damaged sector and select it. You can select as many damaged sectors with the sector selected. Enter safe mode. Safe mode temporarily disables critical onboard systems and reduces movement speed. I have scanned your local area and great. Now pull the dispatch lever to deploy repair drones and finalize the operation. The sector is now fully repaired. Emergency gate override complete. You may proceed.
Y'all trust like that? I don't.
The extraction zone is just up that hill. You learn fast, engineer. The Federation has notified me about a bonus for your return.
Reassessing tactical parameters. Ow, ow. Contact on the side, what the fuck? Okay, back up. What do you think you're doing, dude? Oh, ow. Don't let him get away, no! No, sir. No, sir.
Threats eliminated. It's time to leave.
Are you sure? I was having so much fun.
Cargo and personnel secured. Great shooting out there, rookie.
Yeah, it feels good. I hope I don't irritate anybody who's like watching, but I'm gonna kind of like bounce around from games. Those are the battles. Ah! See me in a...
Mission briefing posted. You've trained for this, pilot. Don't let us down. Captured. Captured.
No nuts, no glory. Fuck it, we going. I'll go in a critically injured state if I have to. I'm taking A. Oh, fuck. Behind. Oh, God. Back up.
Approach island. Pull the lever located between legs to secure island. Approach island. Pull the lever located between legs to secure island. Approach island.
Reassessing tactical parameters. Right. What? Do. They're taking my shit on B, dog. No.
Objective neutralized.
Which one? Okay, cool. I'll go for B then.
Point captured.
Ow, 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 ow. That motherfucker hurt, bro. Ow. Oh, that. There's so many of them. Shit. Oh, no. Please take him out. Take him out. Go! Let me out! Load up. Wah. They won the battle, but not the war.
Point captured.
How? Oh no. Caught out. Oh, I'm going down, y'all. Fuck that.
Pull the lever located between legs to secure island. Approach island. Pull the lever located between legs to secure island. Approach island. Pull the lever located between legs to secure island. Approach island.
It should have just sent me. It used to be able you could like pull it and it would shoot you out into the air.
Team chat.
No.
World chat. Mute all. Team chat.
Yes.
Point captured.
World chat. Mute all. Unmute.
Robo-boob.
Microphone on.
Bro, shut the fuck up. There's a radio in here. Hold on. I know we got one. One of these.
We are falling behind.
Bruh, alright, I'm going. Oh, it's distracted, though. Got it. How man's even see me from that far? Hold on now. Okay.
Approach mass. Load mass into your cargo bay. Select the desired ability. Approach slam cartridge or press. Pull the lever located to joystick to secure on abilities. Approach item. Pull the lever located. Approach mass to secure item. Load mass. Approach your cargo bay. Pull the lever located. Select to design this to secure.
The smoke though?
Approach or press. A. On pull the lever located between.
Alright, you gotta stop. Help. Shut up. Approaching. What does this mean? Okay. No. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Shut your ass up. Fuck, bro. Crucial. Well, hold on now, bro. Uh-oh. Why would you let go of your ignition switch? Damn. I can't even see you, dog! It used to launch you when you did that. My last chance, oh no. No! What moved me? There we go. Ah, oh, I that. You make me dizzy, bro. Dizzy as hell. Because try Wingman. Never gave this a try. Oh fuck, bro. What the fuck? I might not be able to play. What the fuck? Sleepy cat. Meow meow meow. No. Oh my god, I have a file? Please tell me I have a file right now.
My husband, he's turned. He begged me not to let it happen, but I just couldn't pull the trigger. It was all I had left, but I failed him. My husband, he's turned. He begged me not to.
How do I help? There we go.
I will put him to rest.
You will?
I'ma fucking do it to him.
Kind. Here, take this key. I locked Reuben in a room, second floor of the Blue Mansion, just up the street. I noticed your watch. Looks like you've got the alarm in sync with the chiming bells that rile up the walkers every day. Smart. You don't want to be caught out in the open when this place is overrun by...
Sorry, I can't listen right now, all right? You have my attention now?
You've returned.
I'm all ears.
You've returned. Goddamn psycho.
All right.
What's your problem, dog?
I'm glad you're back. I noticed your watch. Looks like you've got the alarm in sync with the chiming bells that rile up the walkers every day. Smart. You don't want to be caught out in the open when this place is overrun by the dead. And one last request. Reuben's wedding band. If you could retrieve it, it would mean so much to me. At least I could carry one small token with me.
No.
From my children.
I'm
They're
taking
just
that.
Gone.
They left,
I never
huh?
even got to say goodbye.
Bro, I gotta go kill your man. Where he at? Ooh. What the? Okay. Okay, that's some liquor bottle. Tuna. Oh. Why am I? What are we lagging for? Let me get that. I'm gonna get you right in the fucking eyeball. Come on, knife back. Can I get what how you want it like? My fucking knife back, dog. Not the best weapon, but it works. This? The fuck? Sure. What's up, Stinky? Please get. You know what? Fuck that. Bro's crazy with it. My shit is almost cooked. Just to make sure, dog. Oh no, Zambi! Alright now. Fuck down. Bro, ain't it bucket with no goddamn rats? I definitely hate to use a beer bottle as a goddamn weapon. What is this? Ammo? Yeah, dog. I promise. Oh shit. He see me down there. Give me the bullet. Alright, I really want a weapon before I start trotting around. I can't just bare knuckle beat down. Bro, I'm hitting him with a pillow. What? Did I, like, finally kill that thing? No, I didn't. I have no way to. Door. I'm fucking running, bro. I need a weapon. I tried punching and the shit did not cut it. That's how to put things in the backpack. I remember. You don't like beef jerky, bro? You're on one. Okay. Well, hold on now. Good. What the fuck? Why is this thing not even hitting? Give me. Oh, fuck. What in the fuck? Oh man. Shut your bitch ass up. What the fuck? Oh, just brings it back in here.
My dearest Corinne, I lied to you. I am sorry. I had to spare you. A lost hope. Our children died by my hand. I had to set them free to protect them from a fate worse than death. I know you will never be able to forgive me, but maybe one day you will understand that I had no choice. They did not suffer. Take comfort in that, my love. Reuben.
Now is not the time to be selfish. Now is the time to commit to a community, to be part of something. Our vision for the future is rooted in hope. It ensures a future for humanity. Cast despair aside. There is no point in clinging to it. Do not commit to isolation. Dedicate yourself to a grander purpose, and you will not be alone. Trust in us to guide you, and we will put our trust in you. Within our walls, you reigns. Within our walls, your needs will be met. Within our walls, life goes on. The tower will always stand.
Is it over?
I recovered the ring.
Thank you. This means the world to me.
There is not a delicate way to put it. Your husband killed your kids.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say...
I can focus now. Sorry.
You've returned. Thank you. Thank you. This means the world to me. The only reminder of life before all of this. Ruben was a good husband and an amazing father.
I'm ready.
I'm glad you're back. Thank you. You've returned. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm ready to...
I'm glad you're back.
All right, I'm all ears.
You've returned. Thank you. Thank you. This means the world to me. The only reminder of life before all of this. Ruben was a good husband and an amazing father.
There is not a delicate way to put it. Your husband killed your kids.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would...
Sorry, I'm ready to listen.
I'm glad you're back.
Bruh.
Thank you.
I can't dance.
The world to me. The only reminder of life before all of this.
There is not a delicate way to put it. Your husband killed your kids.
Stay tuned in.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say that to me?
All right. You have my attention now?
I'm glad you're back. Thank you.
Not the best time for me right now.
Sorry if I'm being a bother.
You are.
I'm ready to listen.
You've returned.
Why are you bugging?
Thank you. This means the world.
There is not a delicate way to put it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
He left a note, a confession, but I no longer have it.
You are the worst kind of filth. Are you that depraved that you would kick a person in the gut when they are down? When they are consumed with grief? Get away from me. Oh, so help me God. Oh, shit. You need some meds in your system.
Okay, so alright. That's enough. Very fun. Oh no. I'm hotter than hell. How'd I take a break? Here.
and I couldn't rely on Vardy's amazing videos to help me figure this riddle out. So I tested all kinds of things for hours and hours on end. I tried to get the Harald headpiece. I cast all kinds of abyss magic. I tried Chameleon. I did all the friendly human gestures. I died in front of it. I did everything on my massive checklist until I discovered I was using Chameleon in the wrong place. See, Chameleon is based off your immediate environment, not the general vicinity, which is what I thought it was. So, if you cast it atop the abyssal swamp, then you will turn into a humanity sprite, which reveals a ladder, which leads to a final Judicator Giant, 2 ringed knights, and the purging monument of the ringed city.
Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, and what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
Of course, Lap deserves his own video, but find the purging monument before he goes hollow, and you'll restore your dear friend's memories. And in the shared grave, he shows his true self.
Oh, finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life. Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
Patches is one of the very few undead who made it to the end of the world. Think about that. He made it through all those cycles and ages of fire to get here like you and like Gale did. So bearing that in mind, I think that his words carry a lot of weight. His ashes say he never lost heart and never looked back. He marched in one direction, and that direction was dead ahead. Number 3. Beyond the shared grave is Dark Eater Midir, the archdragon who was tasked to eternally battle and consume the dark. As you progress through the ringed city, look behind you sometimes. Midir takes perch upon multiple towers of the ringed city, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Oh, that's nice of him. He chose a bridge where I can take cover, dash out, attack, and just rinse and repeat until Midir falls into the chasm.
So, Midir hath into the chasm fallen, still his voice I hear. The dark grieveth him yet. I prithee, put him to rest, before the dark consumeth him, and his vows are forgot. Just afore the church of the princess standeth a tower, honouring ancient knights. There lieth a small shrine, behind the sculpted knight which beareth no arms. 'Tis from there one may descend the chasm of darkness. I prithee, put the great dragon to rest.
Midir, descendant of archdragons, was raised by the gods, and due to his immortality, he was the perfect candidate to battle the dark, for he would never forget his eternal duty, even after the gods perished. From Midir, you discover a covenant with the Spears of the Church, knights who are sworn to the defense of Princess Filianore. There's a small shrine to the Spears that you can find outside the Church of Filianore. Here, you can contribute spear ornaments, one of which drops from the Argo boss fight. Offer one, and Shira will acknowledge your covenant.
Oh, thou art now a spear of the church. What a wonderful, blessed day this is. With a spear such as thee, surely the princess will slumber most gently, and Medea's vows will be honoured.
And with the covenant equipped, you will be summoned by the Judicator into the worlds of those who trespass upon the Church of Filianore. Kill a trespasser, and you'll receive a spear ornament, proof of your fulfillment of duty. If you offer 10, then you receive a young grass dew. Offer 30, and you receive a divine spear fragment, which is used against online foes. And it's at this point that you'll be named a divine spear of the church by Shira.
Ah, thou'st a divine spear become, an honour once bestowed in the time of the gods, nearly unheard of in this age of waning fire. As a servant of the princess and friend to Medea, I am honoured to have met thee.
This game isn't live for me right now, so I can't test this, but assumedly players are summoned into the boss fight itself instead of Half-Light, to fight against other players, you know, Old Monk style and Mirror Knight style. Which is such a shame, because I've already killed Argo, and that means I can't test this for myself unless I make a new character. If only there was a way to revive him.
I'm over here eating
you
dogs,
can.
so...
Just travel back to the Purging Monument for some reason, and for the low, low price of 103,000 souls, you too can experience the fight all over again. Next, number 6, the lightning arrow miracle that Shira uses. In this room, before you fight Argo and after you first face Medea, is an illusory wall, and behind it is another illusory wall, and behind that is another illusory wall. And then there's the lightning arrow, a miracle that was used by the few female knights who served in the war against the dragons. Number 7. I want to talk about Filianore, specifically her name, because one thing we really haven't touched on at all in my videos is the etymology of certain names in Souls. Miyazaki clearly pulls from all kinds of languages when he designs these names, and a lot of them are really quite beautiful, and Filianore is the perfect example. She is the youngest daughter of Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. And there are two components to this name, Filianore, that were posted first, I think, on Reddit by a user named Nightfrost. So the first part of her name, Filia, means daughter in Latin, and the second part, Anor, means son in Elvish, and is of course what inspired the name Anor Londo. Filia Nor, the daughter of the sun, the daughter of Gwyn. There is another interpretation you can go with. This was posted by Dark Soul Inaz, and he or she says that the word Nor is Latin for daughter-in-law, which casts some new meaning on whether Filianore could actually have had a different mother to the other children of Gwyn. And with Yorshka somehow being revealed to be a child of Gwyn as well, it becomes less and less surprising that we're learning about more and more of Gwyn's many children. Number 8, the ring-burdened pygmy statues. A revelation in this DLC is the circumstances surrounding the first men and the gods. So as an example, from the Ringed Knight set, we learn that early men were originally very close to the Abyss, and that while their warriors actually fought with the gods against the archdragons in that famous war, they also suffered at the gods' hands afterwards. For the gods seemed to fear the Abyss, so they branded the armor and the weaponry of the knights with a seal of fire, occluding the darkness of the Abyss. And this brand, of course, has appeared time and time again, this great burden to mankind. And here, in the Ring City, we learn more about how it came about. And we'll go into this so much more in other videos, so subscribe if you haven't already. I just want to say I love that the burden of the seal is represented so literally by these statues.
Next, we've mentioned this before, but depending on whether you kill the demon from below or the demon in pain first, determines whether you get the Fireball Demon Prince or the Laser Demon Prince. And originally, the Demon Prince fight actually featured only one bat at the start, with the second one appearing halfway. And additionally, I also want to point out that the description of the soul of the Demon Prince has changed from what I said earlier. It now reads, "The demons, birthed from a common chaos, share almost everything between them, even the pride of their prince and his near-faded flame, so that the last demon standing may rekindle it." The description before this revealed that this was indeed the demon prince that was defeated by Lothric, and that in this hollow tree he lost the memory of flame that burned within him, which marked the end of demonkind, and they removed this description. So I think they were trying to imply the death of demonkind more in this new description, because now neither the demon in flame nor the demon from below remain alive to rekindle the final flame of chaos. And finally, number 10, kill the stone-humped hag at the beginning, and this happens.
My time has come, has it? Well, maybe I'll get to see an angel.
Sure enough, an angel does appear, but this one is curious compared to the others. As far as I can tell, it doesn't actually reappear once you kill it, like the other ones, for it has no discernible fleshy avatar parasite thing on the ground, like the others that grow over the corpses of pilgrims. And perhaps this angel is a resurrection of the hag, but the parasite has yet to grow inside of her? Unless there's something I'm missing here, there is no material benefit to killing the hag, nor from killing any NPC in the Ringed City, really. Lap, the Corvian, the Pygmy, the Locusts, none drop a thing. So, I'm currently lacking about 4 more things to make another one of these videos, and I know there's more out there that I haven't found yet. So, if there's anything that you've discovered, post it here in the comments, and I'll try to give you a shout out in the next one. So good luck out there, enjoy the Ringed City, and I'll enjoy making videos for you to enjoy when you're done. See you soon. In the last episode, we went over the main secrets in the DLC, and as I'm sure you noticed, it's so easy to think you've found everything, but there's always more secrets tucked away. For example, until very recently, I did not know Midir had a grab attack. When I first beat Midir, it was with a Silver Knight Lido cosplay, and in the 5 hours it took to deplete Midir's gigantic health pool, I remember continuously thinking, man, Lido could have looked so much better. Because a few days before release, hundreds of assets were data mined from the Ringed City patch, and amongst these were the UI icons for a certain armor set. Look closely at it. So it's a well-worn Silver Knight set, and it has a few extra modifications to set it apart from the other standard sets of the Legion. Just look at those horns. It would have been so perfect for Lido, because he's described as an eccentric Silver Knight, a man wearing well-worn armor from his distant travels around the outskirts of the world. Another thing that didn't make it in are a few more lines of dialogue from the Locust Preacher. This creature gives exposition on many characters of Dark Souls 3, and if my source is correct, he was supposed to also say, "Of all the fingers, he alone was embraced by the abyss, for he was human and never a grub. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin." So he's describing a finger of Rosaria, but which one? For a little bit of background, Fingers of Rosaria are red phantoms who invade, kill, and pillage for their own benefit and to gather tongues for their mistress. In return, they can be reborn, though those who are reborn one too many times run the risk of turning into grubs, something that does happen to Yellowfinger Hazel, in fact. Of all the fingers, he alone was embraced by the Abyss, for he was human and never a grub. So place your bets. Who do you think this is describing? There are only really 3 options, for there are only 3 male fingers of Rosaria: Creighton the Wanderer, Ringfinger Leonard, and Middlefinger Kirk. Personally, I think it's Leonard mentioned in this dialogue. He was the one who eventually stole Rosaria's soul in some misguided effort to keep it safe. I believe he's the finger in question, because the dialogue says he was human and never a grub, and Leonard is described multiple times as rejecting rebirth and the restoration of his scarred flesh. Therefore, unlike the other fingers, he would never risk turning into a grub and losing his humanity. Of course, for whatever reason, this dialogue was removed, which makes it unwise to draw conclusions, but it is interesting nonetheless. For what does it mean to be embraced by the Abyss? That's something we'll go into in our Locust video, I promise, so keep an eye out for that. Speaking of locusts, have you ever tried to listen to the locusts below the swamp? They say a variation of
Search thine own self,
and
fear not the dark, let the feast begin.
While I was straining my ears listening for this fairly pointless dialogue so I could fill out my 20 questions, I noticed that the abdomen of the locusts is remarkably similar to that of the angels. Look at the iridescent wings and the stinger in particular. Are these reused assets, or is there some parallel to be drawn between the 2 creatures? Or am I trying really hard to make this a valid point to include in the video? Who knows? Just above the locusts is Lap, in what can potentially be the last place you meet him.
Please, someone tell me. Who am I? Why am I here?
Keep revisiting him here, and after reloading the game 3 times, we get solid proof that Lap was not lying about forgetting his name, and he was not lying about going hollow. If you make him hostile here, you can unlock a more satisfying ending to Lap's story. The Lap arc of Patch's questline is really well executed, and you have to love the clues they give you, from the signature squat, the slightly tuned voice, and especially the part where he risks his life to find you, treasure, if you fail to pick it up. But did you know that it was always possible to guess who Lap was simply from his name? A Lap is a word in Middle High German that is used to describe a simple-minded person, or it's ironically used to call a smart person a fool. And obviously this suits Lap to an insane degree, because he's both lost his mind, and it's ironic that of all the intelligent people to lose their minds, it would be our best friend, Patches. Furthermore, in Middle High German, the name Lap also refers to a mender of clothes or shoes, and was used to describe a cloth, a rag, or a patch. Lap also means patch in Swedish. Anyway, after you've talked to Lap about the Ringed City, you can track this information back to its source.
Why, where did you hear that name, love? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I know. The Ringed City is said to be at World's End. Past this heap of rubbish as far as one can go. But you'd better think twice. The Forsaken Ringed City was walled off by the gods to contain the pygmies. And the dark soul is better left well alone.
Number 8. Have you noticed what I'm zooming towards? These parts of the Dreg Heap are on an endless trip downwards, and you have to wonder, are they meant to provide the illusion from a distance that the Dreg Heap is collapsing downwards and inwards, or was this just an asset that they forgot to lock in place? And some Dreg Heap assets should feature more prominently, in my opinion. For example, if you look left, at the very edge of the drop down to the Demon Prince, you can see the entire undead settlement cobbled together here. And further down, in the Demon Prince arena, there's the rubble of the first Firelink shrine. You can even find the well and the stone-staired circle at the center. And of course, don't forget this part of the Grand Archives. this rooftop you can jump to in early Lothric, this room where you first encounter Lothric knights, the courtyard in Lothric with 2 enormous snakes. Wait, what? I had this tweeted at me by @BestSiegmeyer on Twitter, who discovered these giant, ash-coated snakes that bleed. He posits that they might be primordial serpents, but if they are, they certainly lack the familiar features, the signature nose, the teeth, the mustache thing. No, whatever these are, I'm not sure they're from any age we know of. Note, however, that they are impaled with the weapons of the Lothric knights, as if a battle took place here. Number 11. With every major drop in the Dreagheap, there's the ghost of Gale to guide you. But did you notice also, he's ripped off a part of his red cloak and weighed it down with a stone. These additional markers show you where to go. I bet he regrets it now. That cloak probably could have done with the extra range in the boss fight. The most significant piece of red cloth is located in the shared grave of the Ringed City, signifying the drop downwards that's necessary to progress you upwards. Speaking of, does Patches really screw you over with his final kick, or is this him trying to help you? And while we're on the topic of red cloth... Yeah, I know, it's not really in the Ringed City, but it was added with the Ringed City patch. Ornstein's plume, thanks to a small change.org petition, was added, and it might have been a simpler task because there was an addition of the Dragonslayer armor, which also had a similar plume and similar cloth physics. Another thing added with the patch was these humanity sprite icons, which signifies which bonfire location is the most active, so whether it's for PvP or for co-op, use these to your advantage. Number 14. One area you can't access, despite it being plastered everywhere as promotional material, is this lonely tower just past the first Judicator Giant. And if you get the Judicator Giant to throw you over there, you discover that there's nothing inside. Interestingly enough though, there are these statues that you found around Irithyll, though who they're of has always been a bit of a mystery, and given that they're meant to be out of eyeshot, I doubt this is much more than a reused asset and never meant to be seen up close. And my god, were some things not meant to be seen up close. In the world brought to ruin by the breaking of the shell are 2 crumbled kingdoms off in the distance. One is Lothric, 100%. There's even a 3D model you can get close to and look at properly. But further, in a blurry 2D asset, at the edge of the end of the world, is this structure. It has elements of Anor Londo, it has elements of that old Drangleic footage we saw, but whichever it is, I think that they're trying to convey that this place at the end of the world contains the ruins of the most significant kingdoms, and Lothric being featured so prominently here leads me to believe that our unkindled adventure was potentially the most significant of all. As an aside, this place at the end is what you saw in the opening cutscene, with a pilgrim come to die outside the ruins of Lothric.
The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones.
And of course, the Lords of Cinder weren't the only ones to abandon their thrones. So too would the Pygmy Lords, one of whom crawls towards Filianor. This dude is dedicated. Look at his skull, it's disconnected entirely from his spine. I decided to devote about 67 gigabytes of file space to record this guy's journey, all for this incredible payoff.
Filianor, help me.
I'm sure a bunch of you guys did this too. It's the end of the game, you have to drag it out somehow. Number 17. The big question is, what exactly does Filianor's egg represent, and how exactly does it obscure the Pygmy Lords and the Dark Soul and this end of the world scene? And it's fairly well established that wherever this is, it's in the future. For example, Gale's weaponry is incredibly worn, the Pygmy Lords have heard rumours of a Red Hood coming to devour them, and of course, the entire world has fallen to ash. And I'm still working on my theories, but right now I believe, maybe, that time passed naturally for everyone else except us. with their world slowly grinding down to ash, but for us, it seems like we were fast-forwarded to more or less the exact moment Filianor would eventually die. For a pygmy is crawling to her, somehow still expecting her to be alive. I'm getting off topic, sorry. I'm just really keen to make the main story video for this place. But what I wanted to bring up for this point was that there's this obscure animated film by Tokuma Shoten called Angel's Egg, and without a doubt, Miyazaki was inspired by this film when creating Filianor's design, and I hope to watch it and discover the meaning of the egg through this film. We're actually going to have a movie night where we stream and watch the movie together over on my Discord, so check out the description for that. Another theory I've seen about the egg has been thrown around ever since Filianor's design was shown, and it talks about the resemblance between Filianor's egg and the vagrants of Dark Souls 1, and I have to agree there is a resemblance. Look at them, they're cracked in much the same way, with a coarse, dark interior, and remember these creatures were only present in Dark Souls 1, which was during the close of the Age of the Gods, so even from a timeline point of view, it makes sense that Filianor, who was likely placed here in the Age of the Gods, may have possessed one of the last vagrants. These mysterious creatures used to appear in other people's worlds if you dropped items or if you lost a large amount of humanity in your own world, and very, very interestingly, the cracked vagrants simply drop humanity and twin humanity, suggesting that the humanity fragments of the Dark Soul might have made up the dark interior. And for an egg with a black inside that obscures the Dark Soul of humanity from those who would claim it, this feels very significant. Speaking of time passing, after you've used the Envoy banner to arrive in the Ringed City, time passes in Ariandel, and the fire that you lit to eventually engulf Ariandel takes root in the chapel. But that's not the only visual change in the outside world, because as noticed by Zara and Zen on Reddit, there are now more trees in Farron Keep. Did they really need more trees here? I didn't realize. I mean, it looks a bit nicer, but why? This baffles me. If they decided to devote development time to this, then what else in the outside world has changed? Well, one thing is, the epilogue of Dark Souls 3, the song played in the credits after you beat the Soul of Cinder, has changed. It's become a little bit more powerful, with a few more instrumentals. I'm going to just let this play for a little while so we can let the end of Souls sink in a little bit. I'll see you next time in our story explanation of the Ringed City. Also, thank you to the ton of new patrons we got in the last video. This video would have gone out earlier for you guys, but as you can probably tell, I got really, really sick and I didn't even think I could write. Hopefully, my voice doesn't sound terrible. It probably does. I'm gonna go listen back. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. That's a lot of subs. But it didn't feel quite right to make a video on just that. So I figured let's do one last one of secrets first. Number 1. When Gale teleports in Phase 2, you might have noticed a tiny visual detail. He's actually summoning himself with a white summon soapstone underneath you. If you're looking for a lore explanation, the white summon soapstone item has always referenced the convolution of time, and it's always referenced the link between undead. And Gale is a character that can be summoned by you all throughout the DLCs, so it does make some sense that he could abuse this link to a character. Gale actually has quite a few little visual details that really flesh out his character. For instance, his soapstone messages look unlike any other, and they emanate those same skull fumes that he has throughout all of Phase 2 of his boss fight. So what are those skulls? Well, there's nothing in Dark Souls 3 that defines them, but they are pretty much the same as those summoned by the Executioner's Gloves in Bloodborne, which gives us some idea of what they were thinking with this asset. In Bloodborne, they are said to be the wrathful spirits of the past, and considering they also bulge outwards from the Purging Monument, I think it's fair to say that Gale, who has probably consumed half the souls of the world by this point, it's fair to say that he is overflowing with the spirits and the curses of the past as well. Another thing deep within Gale, if you look really closely at his character model, is a perfect circle that looks identical to the Dark Sigil, which is the mark that resembles the brand of the undead. And if you are hollow, devoid of humanity, did you know that you will no longer cast a shadow on the ground or a reflection in the water? I think we can explain why this happens. In the Black Flame item descriptions, the, and I quote, impenetrable flame of humanity is said to be a weighty physical force. So, it makes some sense that losing your soul, your humanity, would make a hollow more ethereal, and thus they would be incapable of blocking out light and producing a shadow. But I'll admit, being shadowless is somewhat of a strange addition, especially considering it's never directly mentioned, and out of all the Souls games, this, I believe, only occurs in Dark Souls 3, but I can't really imagine them putting this in by mistake, can you? Another thing I'm always unsure of is this interaction with the Firekeeper. So it occurs when you return here, still drenched in the wax of the Grand Archives. She turns away, presumably in distaste, for she does exactly the same thing when you wear one of the rings that mark you as someone from Londor, and as we all know, the Hollows of Londor were widely detested, so assumedly she's turning away in distaste here as well. And assuming this isn't a mistake, why? Why would she turn away from a wax-headed scholar? The only theory I have is this. To a degree, Firelink Shrine functions as an extension of Lothric, a kingdom devoted to the linking of the fire, which is a goal that's upheld by the three pillars, the knight, the priestess, and the scholar. And of the three, there is evidence that the scholars started to go against the knights and the priestesses, and Lothric's fire-linking legacy in general. For example, the first of the scholars is said to have doubted the linking of the fire, and the Blessed Weapon enchantment was created after the scholars acquired the Grand Archives, which apparently marked the strengthening of ties between the other two pillars, the knights and the handmaidens. So, it's quite possible that the scholars were the third pillar that was sort of responsible for the fall of the entire structure, so to speak. And it's quite possible that this small, seemingly insignificant interaction where she turns away in disgust could be a third little nod towards the treachery of the scholars as well. But that's just a theory. And it's one of those things where it's really hard to know whether a detail is meant to be important from a lore perspective, and the same is definitely true when it comes to the pictures in the official design works. Take, for example, this image of Filianor, where she holds the egg, except the inside of this egg is overlaid with the stitched crystal lizard hide of a transposing kiln. Look how similar these two are. So, the transposing kiln that we find within the curse-rotted Greatwood is said to hail from Corland, and it's stitched with a crystal lizard hide, and it is capable of extracting the essence of a soul. And of course the egg in-game doesn't actually have this stitched crystal lizard hide transposing kiln within it, but still, even though this was changed, the picture still gives us this rare piece of insight into what the developers might have actually been thinking when they designed Filianor. It tells us that at some stage, Filianor may have been linked with Corland, and that at some stage, the transposing kiln here may have been the method by which the original Dark Soul was hidden within the Ringed City. Also notable in the design works is a fourth shrine of Farron that doesn't appear alongside the three others in Farron Swamp. The three existing shrines depict the four kings, Nito, and the Witch of Izalith, and this fourth, removed shrine depicts Seath, the Pale Drake. The last three things I want to talk about are a few speedrunning tricks. First, fast wyvern leaping. Basically, you run to the elevated part of the stairs, you hope for the horizontal fire breath, and then you perform a jump attack with the right timing. Then the fight's over. Next, a jump skip to skip Irithyll, and this one is best performed with a keyboard so that you can get some better 90-degree angle changes. By nestling your character in this corner, you align the camera just like this, then you sprint into the corner, and then abruptly run forward and jump at the second step down. From here, it's this short, glitchy walk to a distant manor bonfire, which skips basically all of Irithyll to get to Yorm. And finally, a little trick that completely immobilizes the watchers of Farron. Walk into this corner, then align your base figure health bar just so it's at the edge near this candle. Then tap forward on your keyboard, commit to a fully charged R2, then a single R2, skip the cutscene, quit out, get back in, and the fight is yours. So, I'm not going to go into great detail on these, because honestly, if these strats have piqued your interest in any way, then you can find them all on the Speed Souls wiki, or you really should watch them all informed firsthand by the speedrunning community this game has on Twitch, because if you haven't yet delved into that side of the Souls community, do it. I've been waiting for an excuse to shout them out for ages. You can watch these streamers for hours on end and never get bored, because it's so exciting watching them break the game in such controlled ways, and you never know when they're about to break a new world record, so it's really exciting. And speaking of breaking records, hitting new milestones, we hit 1 million subscribers after the last video. At the end of the Souls saga, no less. That feels really neat to me, so thank you so much for being here. I remember when I started, and I couldn't even comprehend 500 people. Like, try to do that. You can't imagine 500 individual people with all their complexities. Like, you just can't do it, I don't think. And I don't think you can truly conceptualize what that amount of people means, let alone 1 million. I did this notepad thing I saw Reckville do once, just to help me visualize what 1 million looked like, but it just made things worse. But you know, yes, 1 million is an insanely striking number, and you get a thrill when you see it on your channel page for the first time, for sure. But then the next day, it hits you a little less, and then the next day it hits you a little bit less than that, and then the next day it's just normal, you know, like every other milestone you hit in life, no matter what it is. I don't think you can do YouTube or anything, really, just for the milestones and the money you make. It just doesn't fulfill you. It's not really enough, in my opinion. So what's really grounded me as I continue doing stuff on this channel is thinking about the individual behind the screen. And you can get really caught up in the statistics, but I think that the statistic that really represents the individual, you behind the screen, or me watching a YouTube video, is one stat called viewer retention. And it's basically how long the average viewer will watch your video. And this is what I care about. I care that 60 to 70% of you guys stay until the very end of the video. And from what I hear, those are pretty good stats. Because more than subscribers, I care that you get excited when you see one of my videos uploaded. I care that you don't feel like quitting the video halfway through. I care that you might walk away from the video and enjoy the Soul series that tiny bit more, because that's a feeling I can grasp and empathize with, and it matters way more than 1 million subscribers does, in my opinion, because celebrating 1 million sort of devalues the individual behind the screen, and the individual is what matters, right? I could go on for a long time. I could talk about how great it's been to be a part of this community and what it's like sharing how amazing these games are. Like, I could really go into depth on that, but you guys know, you guys can empathize with that feeling, I'm sure, because you know how great these games are and what it's like to share it with other people, maybe through this YouTube channel, or maybe people you know in real life, or maybe people you talk to online, people you do co-op with. You understand what it's like. And I just want to thank you for being a part of that for me. So, E3 is around the corner, and honestly, I feel like the leaks this year for From Software might be better than what they could possibly announce. Just look at this. So I'm pretty sure they'll announce something at E3 that will be relevant to us and to the channel, because while they have said that they aren't working on any more Souls-like titles, like Bloodborne or Dark Souls, they said they are working on something that will be interesting to the Souls audience. So, in my opinion, I feel like they won't stray too far from the Souls-like sort of genre they've created for themselves, and you can't really take everything they say about the future of From Software at face value. You can't take it without a grain of salt, because remember, just before they announced Bloodborne, Miyazaki said he wanted to work on something happier and light-hearted and a more warmer universe. And then he announced Bloodborne, this gory, gruesome tale about werewolves and aliens. So you never really know what they're planning, but I'm sure it will be interesting to some of us. So, as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. It's been hard to find a home for many of the stories of war on this channel. Who wants a 30-second video on the Varangian warriors of Dark Souls 2? But there are fascinating details here, all the same. So here they are, in a more concise format. If you learn something new, consider leaving a like. And if you know anything, consider making a YouTube channel about Dark Souls lore. Let's start with Gravelord Nito, who has had relatively little screen time, considering his immense power over death and the dead. For now, I want to prove just how relevant he is as a character, starting with one important item that's often overlooked. It's the effigy shield, found on a corpse in the catacombs. In an ill-fated plot to destroy the very gods, the followers of the occult once attempted to steal the power of Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead. In Dark Souls, the occult is more accurately defined as this heretical dark magic used by pagans who are unaligned with and hostile to the gods. Gwyn and Co rightly fear the occult, just as the dead fear the divine. It's effective against their following and kin. Nito's power isn't based on the occult, so if these cultists were interested in the power of Nito, it follows that Nito's power over death extends to the gods as well, and could easily be used as a weapon against them. After all, the Dragon Eye item states, to be alive is to be vulnerable, and the fiery gods are no exception. This tells us that Nito had power over the gods, leverage. And where there's that much leverage, there is a huge story to be told here, but it'll have to wait until we remaster the Prepare to Cry series, I think, for that one. In the end, though, it's probably going to be the story of this immensely powerful entity who just wants to be left in peace at the end of the day, like the rest of the day. Nito was the first of the dead, as in, he was the first to die when the Age of Disparity began. Before, it's unclear if there was even the concept of death. However, at the complete other end of the spectrum was High Lord Wolnir, who wished to outlive all others and become the last of the dead. To this end, he sentenced a great many souls to death, and he conquered the lords of many kingdoms, and he expanded the mighty Kingdom of the Sands known as Karthus. Wolnir and Karthus deserve their own video too, and they'll be featured really soon, so subscribe for that. Theirs is this story of victory at any cost, and that ethos, that victory at any cost, it characterizes the entire story, and it's a great one. Right now though, in this video, the curiosity I want to talk about is why we don't see their enormous Sand Kingdom in the game, because it should be right above the Catacombs of Karthus, right? But it's not. Instead, above the Catacombs of Karthus, we have Farron and the Abyss Watchers. And the reason for this is likely the convergence of the lands. If you didn't know, the lands of Dark Souls 3 are converging together, most likely in response to the lords not sitting on their thrones, almost as if the world is pulling them towards it. This explains the skewed geography of Dark Souls 3, especially the skewed geography of the Kiln or the Dreadheap. But I want to go a step further with this theory in regards to which lands sometimes become neighbours or next to each other. For example, I think the Abyss Watchers are specifically above Karthus because they are the ones that put an end to that kingdom. I think they're linked to it. According to Hawkwood, after all, the Abyss Watchers will bury a kingdom, the first sign of exposure. And Karthus, literally a kingdom that was buried by the Abyss Watchers. The legacy of their kingdom ended up being confined to the catacombs where that abyss first appeared. And perhaps that battle to crush Karthus was also the last battle of the Abyss Watchers. And as the lands converged, causality sort of linked these two kingdoms together. Fate often works this way in Dark Souls, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was true. Speaking of fate, let's talk about the Wolf Knight set, originally worn by Artorias the Abyssborn. It reads, "A vanquished knight left behind only wolf's blood and a legacy of duty. The Undead Legion of Farron was formed to bear his torch, and the armor of these Abyss Watchers suggests their eventual end." That last part isn't actually an accurate translation. In Japanese, instead of the armor suggesting their eventual end, the Abyss Watchers actually saw their own final moments in the armor. The difference being that they were actually keenly aware of this abyss-soaked fate that awaited them. This gives way more flavor to these characters, because having an iron will was a famed characteristic of Artorias, and his Abyss Watchers lived up to that. They persisted in their duty, fully aware that they were literally fighting against their own inevitable fate. That is an iron will that is worth being commended for. Another interesting nuance of the Japanese translation is the actual name of the followers of Farron. These were the Hollows, the undead that trudged after the Undead Legion, disposing of any stragglers who ended up falling to the abyss. But these followers of Farron are more accurately called ghosts, revenants, or spirits in Japanese, which really suits them, for as we know from before, those in the Undead Legion have already seen their inevitable demise. They're already ghosts. Their fate to die is who they are, which really suits the definition of revenant or spectre or ghost. And if you're a member of the Undead Legion, and you have partaken of the old wolf blood, perhaps falling to the abyss isn't the only grisly fate that awaits you. This is something that passed me by for the longest time. So, from what I hear, these creatures are called lycanthropes in the official guides for the game. Lycanthrope means wolf-possessed, and seeing as this is the Farron Swamp, it follows that being wolf-possessed would have something to do with the wolf blood that the Abyss Watchers are willingly partaking in. It seems as if there's a potential negative side effect of this blood, something that turns one into a beast, not dissimilar to what happens in Bloodborne. In addition, the Hollows here are called Hunters of the Possessed, and they're probably also responsible for the crucifixion that's taking place. And it turns out, those crosses make pretty good chairs. Horbeck was once a Vindheim scholar, although he likens it to being more of an assassin than a scholar. He expresses a lot of resentment for the lack of sorcery he ended up getting taught.
What a fool I was, thinking one day I would learn real sorceries. When I became undead, I was exiled from the school. But here I am, now, exploring the depths of sorcery.
The nation of Vindheim, and by extension their White Dragon School, is a pretty violent place. Note how they have all these aggressive and duplicitous sorceries to their name. Hell, even Big Hat Logan, a complete social recluse, is famed for his magical arsenal that emulates weaponry like swords and spears and shields. So you would think that there would have been some event in this nation's history that warranted such war-based magic development. And it's for this reason that Vindheim becomes our most likely victim of a war with the Way of White. The miracle magic barrier explains that there was a short period in history where clerics and sorcerers opposed one another. It was for this reason that even the most common Way of White cleric found it necessary to cast some form of magic barrier. And so this more simple common version of the barrier was derived from Havel's original Great Magic Barrier. Oddly, the persecution of sorcerers in Dark Souls 2 crops up in an item description you really wouldn't expect it to. It appears in the Varangian sword description in Dark Souls 2. If you've forgotten, and no one's gonna blame you if you have, the Varangians were the pirates that Vendrick forced into hard labor at No Man's Wharf, and it's only mentioned in a couple of descriptions, but there was actually a campaign to restrain and capture them, because they were terrorizing the northern seas, as well as hunting sea monsters, apparently. Beyond these seas, this description reads, is an unexplored continent, said to be the home of things inhuman. I'm always really intrigued by these parts of the Souls series that we only hear of and we never really see. And in my opinion, if there was ever to be a Dark Souls 4, one of the few ways they could go forward is by fulfilling Aldrich's visions of the Age of the Deep Sea. And this is our only mention of sea monsters that might be prepared for the world that might exist in that time. Not all people were as easily conquered as the Varangians were, however. Throughout all of the stories, Mira remains one of the most resilient nations, even though they're said to be constantly at war with their neighbors. Mira had a couple of things that were worth protecting. One was the holy water of Mira, which was this ancient well that is said to have retained its divinity throughout all these years. Its water scalds the skin of hollows and undead. And I always wondered why hollow-fearing people like Vendrick didn't make a concentrated effort to acquire this holy water. Because Vendrick definitely did have his eyes on the wonders of Mira. In addition to their holy water, there was also the wonder known as Geisteel, which was this precious alloy that was created within their country and mastered by the blacksmith Llewellyn. Instead of conquering Mira to obtain it, however, Vendrick simply bought out the blacksmith. He offered him an obscene amount of money, and so Geisteel was introduced to Drangleic. But more than their steel and their holy water, Mira was known for its knightly code of honor. Such was their legend that even the peasantry dreamed of becoming knights, but their chances are said to have been about 1 in 10,000. There's another famous success story told in exactly the same way, except it takes place in Ferosa, and it's about shieldless Lathian, who was this fearless warrior who was born a peasant and rose to the rank of general. Such was his determination that he always fought without a shield on the battlefield. So he always went to battle at risk of his own life, and it's no surprise that that inspired his men. However, one day he disappeared, and one theory supplies that he tired of how frail human opponents were, and he went on instead to slay the dragons of legend. His axe is imbued with lightning, and it appears to support that theory. After this, however, Ferosa was destroyed by war, and its people scattered to a bunch of other lands as sellswords. Makes you wonder what would have happened if he didn't run off to slay dragons. But dragons aren't so easily conquered. Even dragons that were tamed throughout the generations in Lothric appear to have turned on their own fortress as soon as there are no sane knights to keep them in check. Amongst the ruins of this place, Lothric had one final secret that we've kind of only really uncovered now. Remember how we mentioned the convergence of lands earlier? When we were talking about the kingdom of Karthus and how its catacombs drifted closer with Farron up above them? Well, the Japanese description for the straight sword of the Lothric Knights states, "It is said that the Lothric Knights, along with their flying dragons, once conquered everything that drifted." The word for drifted is the exact same one the Japanese use to describe convergence in other dialogues. Therefore, it's possible that the Lothric Knights, seated upon their wyverns, were this fire-breathing defense force against that convergence, conquering any kingdoms that would begin to converge, infringe, or drift upon the space of their own. So I hope I left you with a lot to think about. And I've never said this, but be sure to ring the bell if you want to be summoned here immediately when there's a new video. So you can get the honor, the privilege, and the glory of being able to say you were first, earning you the admiration and envy of your peers. I'll see you next time. It wasn't always here, this deep underground. It originally appeared a few layers higher, rocketing through the catacombs of Karthus. But the Karthus Grave Wardens devised a way to drive it out. With clever use of lightning-resistant yellow bug pellets, They repelled the sandworm so effectively that it tumbled deep below to its new home in the smoldering lake. And if you look carefully, you can actually see how much of its body is comprised of its victims. And it's these Karthus corpses that we're discussing today. Because the sandworm exists at the end of the Karthus timeline, and we're more interested in the beginning, in what happened to the Sand Kingdom above the catacombs, the empire that would conquer the world. Theoretically, when you exit the Karthus catacombs, you should be faced with rolling sand dunes and a blistering sun, but you're not. You're kind of met with the stark opposite when you see Farron Swamp. That's strange, and I'll explain why that is at the end of this video, but for now, I want you to imagine this arid desert kingdom setting, because that is the kingdom that we're piecing together. This was an empire that was won by the warriors of Karthus. Almost every civilization in Souls has this single characterizing drive that motivates their warriors. Mira is driven by knighthood and honor. Demonkind is driven by this desperate need for survival. And the warriors of Karthus were characterized by their lust for victory. This inspired a culture that is focused on combat techniques and the ability to achieve victory through any means necessary. With their own brand of sharpened titanite, warriors of Karthus fought with heavy curved swords, some of which were specifically designed to curve around the shields of their enemies. If they found themselves at a distance from their enemy, they would peg these small machetes at them, called kukri, and if they were in melee range, they could use their blood rings to sort of dash around the battlefield like a cloud of sand. But there's more to their techniques. With the development of spells such as Karthus Flameark and Karthus Beacon, they developed a school of supplemental pyromancy that was entirely divergent from reforms. So in the tree of pyromancy, there was a branch of Karthus pyromancy, and no pyromancy captured their love of victory, quite like the spell Acid Surge did. Pyromancy of Karthus of the Sands emits an acid which corrodes weapons and armor. Karthus' swordsmen attached great value to victory and would not shun the use of such pyromancies, for where is the honor in death and scoured bones? In addition to this one, there was the Beacon pyromancy, which likens Karthus' aggression to an uncontrollable fire. This spell rewards you for being recklessly offensive, and was activated during war to serve as this silent, secret signal for attack. So with tools such as these, they toppled other kingdoms and likely used their resources to fuel their own kingdom. So compare Karthus' ideology to a place like Mira. Like Mira, Karthus is this war-torn country that revolves around its fighters, but in contrast, Mira has this huge focus on knighthood and honor, to the point where they would actively avoid using magic because it would be seen as unknightly to do so. They would only ever use magic the only time they truly needed it, to face the magic of an enemy. A Karthus warrior, on the other hand, would imbue his pre-sharpened sword with fire, buff himself with a secret pyromancy art, throw a machete at your face, cast a cloud of acid to eat away at your weapons, roll around you as this invisible, invincible cloud of sand, and leave his shield-ignoring shotelle red with your blood. A Karthus warrior is basically the kind of dude who summons at the Pontiff's arena. It's someone who has min-maxed all of their stats, someone who spends a minute buffing themselves before the duel, and who drinks Estus if they're about to lose. But moving on. In Souls, a crown is representative of the power and the influence that you wield. It's the sign of a rightful monarch. And that was a huge theme in Dark Souls 2, and it's kind of represented in Dark Souls 3 by Wolnir, who brought rightful lords to their knees, ground their crowns to dust, and conquered them all. Their crowns became one, kind of like in the Dark Souls 2 cinematic, and their kingdoms became his as well, with Wolnir becoming the one High Lord of a vast, vast empire. His warriors lived for their High Lord Wolnir, who was the conqueror of most kingdoms known to their people. And while Wolnir definitely didn't have much respect for monarchs, Wolnir did respect prowess with the blade. Below the catacombs, we loot the Black Blade, which is a short katana that was once wielded with a rare technique. The swordsman who wielded it was, and I quote, a distinguished guest of High Lord Wolnir. Though, considering his blade is found in the crypt, now I'm kind of thinking that his distinguished guest might be dead. And that sort of ties into our next point. Wolnir was motivated by a unique goal, called a wish in the Japanese text. He didn't just want to conquer kingdoms, he specifically wanted to become the last of the dead, to outlive all. To conquer kingdoms was kind of just a byproduct of this, and so it was that his main goal was to sentence countless souls to death, and this seems to have included a bunch of clerics, who possessed some truly powerful artifacts of the Way of White. I count 3 holy bracelets and a divine greatsword. So these would come in handy for Wolnir later in life, because true to the Karthus ethos of victory at all costs, Wolnir began experimenting with the Abyss. This resulted in new dark pyromancies, but Wolnir slipped a lot further than he intended, and he experienced a fear.
Oh, please, whoever you are, touch me. The dark surrounds me, nibbles at my flesh. Little creatures, they never stop biting. So please, hold out your hand and touch me. Ah, yes, there you are. So close, indeed. Then I am not entirely alone just yet. Praise the merciful gods above. Oh, forgive me. I came to this land. Your touch has freed me. I am weak. But if it would not... Oh, thank you, sweet chap. I shall die.
You've gone and rescued her, have you? How very quaint. Pitying creatures that are beyond help. Very well. I'm sick of looking after her at any rate. I am Egon, a knight of Carim. I am allied to you for as long as you assure the girl's safety. And only for that long. What's the matter? I am allied to you and... What's the... I am...
we get back here? I don't remember that. Jump off to the right? But Indy fuck, that's a big, no.
No! You should have...
That was quite a performance. But you mustn't get in over your head. We Unkindled must put our duties first. But, for the moment, we've a toast to make. To your valor, my sword, and our victory together. Long may the sun shine. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
shut the fuck up, lady? That is gong gong. I'm gonna pick your part with this motherfucker. Wait, no, not. Don't wanna dump out. You do? Okay, I'm gonna look at her one last guy. What you doing there, Big Rhonda? You wanna have a shootout? Critical injury. This guy again.
Welcome her speak. Very well. Then touch taken. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of the disparity. Farewell, Ashen One. Where's the woman? I know there's a woman in here. Where'd she go? The one I brought back, the blonde one? Where'd she sit in the door? This corner? Yes. Sitting in the corner. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Oh, Champion of Ash. Welcome back. I was not meant to be a firekeeper, but I am honored to serve you beside the bonfire. The gods are ever merciful. My gratitude lies with them and with you. I am yours now. Your wish is my command.
Give me a new hat.
Have a pleasant journey.
Starting area. Alright, get out of here. Close that a little bit. If you're still watching, I'll probably be live